Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantan, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. These 4 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. There they found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain, tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue, and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other, and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts, to Season 3. It is the premiere of Season 3 of Oracle of War, the season that we call Dogs of War. And this is Part 1 of the Dogs of War Parliament of Gears. It's also, in case you're curious, Day 30 overall of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. Welcome, everybody. My apologies for those early tech issues. I literally couldn't hear anything, and I may or may not have accidentally muted my entire computer for no reason. But never mind that, because I am a pro streamer, and of course that didn't happen. But that new video that you have just seen, which is new for Season 3, is brought to you, of course, with the incredible artwork of Spectrum Stun Gun, Hannah, and is also the incredible work of Peripheral Mike. Peripheral Media did that video and did an incredible job with it. Music, again, provided to us by Chronowolf. Soper is just very, very excited about how great this has gone. When we first conceived of this long campaign and we knew that it was going to be broken down into these seasons, I was like, you know, it would be great to have this video, and then maybe, you know, halfway through, maybe we can like update it a bit. And he's like, well, what if we just do a new one every season? I'm like, what if we do a new one every season? And so that's exactly what we've done. And it's been pretty great because we have gotten our heroes from level 1 to level 8, which is where they sit right now. Level 8, which is pretty cool as we move into part 8 of Oracle of War. Before we go any further, a couple of quick reminders about ways to support us on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. And please sub to us over there. Discord is !ArvCord. Very happy to have those folks back with us with Discord channel, people hanging out with us in the Discord. So that's !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. And the website for all of this is arvaneleron.com. Unleash the War Poodles. That's exactly what it is. Financially, !ArvShop is our merchandise area. !ArvTrayon is the Patreon, which allows you to support the channel and allows us to do things like that video you just saw, the music that you saw, the character art you saw. All of that is paid for, and it's supported by your Patreon and by your subs to this channel. So thank you for doing that, because it is what allows me to do this and hopefully continue to improve the product all the time. And speaking of the Patreon, not only does that get you inspirations to help our players, and you used a lot of them to keep these people alive in our last few sessions. It was quite a busy month in December. But here in January, everything is reset. So we are back now for inspirations. They can be used tonight, so definitely make sure to have them ready to use them if you have inspirations available. You can also get inspirations, of course, by subbing to the channel and getting those custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch as well. Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Very excited to talk about that and about my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which you can find over on that link, !Library. And Grayshade will get you over to my novel Grayshade, which was released last year from Athos Arts. You can order that book right now. You can also pre-order the sequel, Heretic, which is coming out later this year. You can pre-order Renegade. I said Heretic. I mixed it up again. Renegade, which is coming out later this year. Heretic, which is coming out next year. That will conclude the trilogy. Later this year is the tabletop role-playing game by Brandon O'Brien of Grayshade, and the audiobook from our very own Trent Sparks, which will be coming out later this year as well. So you can get a lot of that stuff over at !Grayshade. And as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine. It is important to recognize that while we are continuing to, deal with whatever we deal with in our own individual lives, the war has not ceased over there. There was another strike, a cowardly strike against a civilian building, against a building with civilians and families living in it today. And so that war has not ended, and this is our chance to be able to step up and support these people of Ukraine who are going through this awful and illegitimate and illegal war that they are facing. So all of that stuff is really important, and I hope that you'll be able to, 2 strikes of ballistic missiles is just awful. So the Ukrainians are going to win this war, but we need to step up and be able to help. And by stepping up and helping, we can also send a message that we will do the same thing for others as well. Now, quick note on schedule. We have, of course, Eberron tonight. We'll be off tomorrow and Monday, but Tuesday I will be back with the premiere of Sorcery 4, Inkle's Sorcery 4, The Crown of Kings. I know many of you have been waiting for that. I am super excited about it as well. That is going to be happening on Tuesday. And then I will be over on GOG's Twitch channel for Pen and Pixels at 4:15 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. And I'll be over there for Talisman Adventures as that sponsored campaign continues. So that's what we've got going on. Very exciting for it. But tonight, it is Eberron. So I'm unmuting myself to let the fine folks know that we're ready to go, and then I'm going to unmute them because I know how to unmute volume without muting my entire computer, apparently. That's what I've heard. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to transition over to reveal this incredible crew, and we may have an additional surprise for all of you lovely folks coming later tonight, but you'll have to see. Genly, what's up?
I'm going to shave off my entire beard during this.
On camera. That's exactly right.
Right. I have my trimmers right there.
They're all prepared to go. First of all, Genly, good to see you. I have not seen you for a while. I'm glad to hear you're doing okay. I'm glad you'll be around more this year. And yeah, I am still around streaming and writing and doing stuff. It's good to see you, Genly.
That's not the real Genly. That's a Genly AI.
That is true. It's a completely different. That's true. A different scenario, which will no doubt go rogue because apparently that's all AIs do. Is they always just go rogue. That's what I've been reliably told by Hollywood. Again,
that's why you tell them to identify which in all of these squares are authors.
Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. I am totally a human. How are you, fellow kids? Anyway, it is good to see everybody. And thank you for the kind words, Emily, about Renegade. I will start with that gentleman who just claimed that he was going to shave off his entire beard as part of this surprise, because now it's going to happen. So, I mean, it's, John has done it. I mean, John has on camera shaved off his beard. So clearly, that's what the cool kids are doing. So I think that's,
Okay. I have a problem with these two statements that John did it and the cool kids
Wow.
have done it.
Wow. Shots have been horrifically fired. Tren, how are you? Good to see you. I think Happy New Year on stream, right? I think this is the first time I've seen you on stream. So good to see you, Tren. Happy New Year. How is life in the universe with you? And who are you playing? And is there anything new about the new level you have reached within game for this?
Yes, actually, it's level 8.
That's true. I meant, were there any things?
Okay.
Yes,
other than
yes.
that,
and
not
also,
much.
how are you, etc.
I'm. My body is. It's not liking the idea of going nocturnal for my thing. So it's like I'm sitting there and I've got everything set up to record. I'm like, okay, and I'm out. And then I wake up at like 9 a.m. and I'm like, okay, let's get busy. And I look at the clock. I'm like, oh, fuck, that says 9 a.m. God. So I have to go and like eat an entire box of Oreo cookies and knock myself unconscious to try to wake up. That's not good medical advice, by the way. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
That's
Please consult your medical professional for actual medical advice.
Right, and given the fact that I was a medic in the Army, you'd think I'd know better.
I know, right?
Oreos,
That's true. That's true.
Oreos are so good, but I haven't eaten peanut butter since Jif did the whole recall of Ebola from their thing. That was like a year and a half ago. That wasn't a year and a half. Whatever. Hi, I'm Trent. I'm a voice actor who apparently, according to that guy up there, is narrating his audiobook at some point.
I'm so excited for this to come out this year. Honestly, like above
this
all
year?
the things.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
this year. Because I have heard Trent's work, poor Trent, who did work on this previously, and it's a long and winding road for us all. But this time, Trent will actually be paid for this, and it's going to be great because Trent's work on this has been really, really awesome, and literally got chills the first time I heard the prayer of repayment from Trent after the prologue. And the book is, I think, improved since then because of incredible edits from John in here with us, and also from Emily. Of course, Emily has done amazing work also on Renegade, as you'll all see. So I'm very excited for that, and I'm sorry that I raved about that for an extra 30 seconds. But yeah, I can't wait for Trent's audiobook. Sorry, Trent, on you go.
To get back to answering the original question about
my apologies.
About my character, Mia Tanton Tagashaw de Kenneth of the House of Kenneth, the House of Making. He is a, as I always forget to mention, as Niziana never fails to mention, that I am dragon marked. I always forget to say that, and so he's a dragon marked.
Artificer.
Thank you, John.
That
fully
is
committed
to
his class and like his profession. It's just a dog owner. I mean, let's be clear. That's
look,
really
there's a big furry con going on about 15 miles away that I'm not at. I mean, I wasn't going to be at it anyway, but it's I just don't trust the masses yet to go and hang out with a bunch of. Anyway, so he's a battlesmith artificer. He has a mechano good boy named Spanner. Fortunately, I managed to remember that one on my own. When he hit level 8, obviously he picked up the hit points, which we'll be rolling today.
Indeed, yes.
Just a few moments. But most importantly, he picked up the feat Resilience, which means that he gains 1 point in wisdom, which brings him up to an even number. So he now has a +1 modifier to his wisdom score, and he gains proficiency in wisdom saving throws. So his wisdom saving throws are now a +4 instead of +nothing. So
that's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
Everybody's all talking about what feat am I going to take? Am I going to do this? I'm like, what am I going to do? I'm just, oh, wait.
Didn't this happen when we were back on the ship when you were trying to with the you're trying to deal with the spy situation, and you were there, and there was a situation where you had a wisdom saving throw you didn't make, I think it wasn't a charm. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was something where you were like, Jesus, this can never happen again. Like you were really pissed off about
I think
this happening.
we were. I think it was when we were getting on the boat.
Yeah. And you were like, oh, screw this. I'm taking this. I remember at the time you were like, I'm not going to let this happen again.
Yep. And here we are. I'm still saying I'm never going to let it happen again. But anyway, so yes, resilience, and he's got some modifications that he needs to make on the train trip. So yeah, we'll be doing that here in the very short future.
Indeed, very exciting as well. Dragon Spear, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Marie. Thank you, Dragon. Dragon, who continues to be like super incredibly generous, and I know is excited because man, you won some awesome game a minute ago. What was this now? You beat the champs today and you scored 2 United goals in 5 minutes. Okay, so Dragon Spear is especially in a good mood today, so that's good stuff. Congratulations, Dragon Spear, and also thank you. Very excited, Trent, for Tantin and seeing what things happen. I'm also excited for Merime and to see what Marie has planned for that. Marie, Happy New Year as well to you on stream officially in front of folks. Good to see you. How are you? How is life in the universe with you? Who are you playing, and what cool stuff is your character got now that you've reached the lofty level of low late?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone in chat too. I'm excited to be here for 2023. So I'm not going to go on about all of the things that have transpired in my home since we last spoke. The pies, the cakes, the cookies, the breads, the new adventures in pastry.
Not going on
You
about
just said.
I'm not going to belabor the list.
I'm not, but I will, however, point out that today we're going to some friends to play D&D tomorrow, and we call it D4 because it's Dungeons, Dragons, Dinner, and Dessert, and Carrie provides a dessert.
Okay.
And so today she's like, oh, I should whip something up for tomorrow. And so I go, well, I'll get out of your way. So I go into the kitchen, and next thing I know, she has created a Battenberg cake. Do you know what a Battenberg
No, what is a Battenberg?
I felt that hideously complicated.
this because Jen watches the Great British Bake Off as well, so you understand. But they're like this lovely cake where you see the side, it's covered with fondant, and then there's icing layer around it, and then you see the side, and it's got a checker pattern on the side of it.
Oh, yeah. And having watched the Great British Bake Off myself, I do remember an episode where that was featured. I see.
It would have been hard as a technical challenge because like the cooling of it was actually quite a lot. And like our house is not warm. It's winter. We're cheap, you know? So our house is not that warm. And Carrie was still like, well, I'm going to put it in the fridge now. And I'm like, what would you do if you only had an hour and a half? She's like, I don't know. So anyways, but it was her first that she made, and it's lovely. I ate all of the cutoffs I could find wherever in the kitchen, and everything was very good. So I'm looking forward to trying the the full amount. Yeah.
I at some point want you to tell us when we come on a stream being like, well, here are the things that Carrie made. I would like it if you could do it on an old style scroll. So you could just be like, she made, you know, and it just like drops down below the level. Yeah, exactly. If you could do that at some point.
The thing I love about fondant is it's sugar leather.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it can be either sugar, it can be almond based, or it can be sugar based. And Battenberg usually is an almond based one.
We use sugar based because Carrie is terribly allergic to almond. Don't use that against
not use as she is allergic.
No, but
interesting.
over Christmas she made a bunch of little fondant animals to go into one of her friends' what are those called? The gingerbread houses.
I was going to say gingerbread house.
Yeah, gingerbread house to go into because she was feeling down, so she just whipped up all these little fondant animals. Anyways, so yes, it's been good. And I am playing Mirimi Hawksmoor. I am a Kalishtar College of Swords bard. I like to sing. I like to hit things. Now, last time, Mirimi, because she is a bard who is basically a melee character, which is kind of an interesting mix, the hit points tend to go on pretty fast. They go down pretty fast. So I've taken the toughness feat.
Yes, which I know, and I have not had a chance to add it yet. I will remember to do that. But yes.
Yeah, and I told you how much I made. I haven't rolled for today's hit points, but I don't want to say how many hit points I have because John said how many hit points he had for Alarian, and I felt so bad about poor decisions made in the past by John. So
with my current 130 hit points, I don't know, Alarian, if you...
Just Mary is gonna be walking around with her loot with more hit points than giant Starforge with the giant armor.
Well, the more that this goes on, the more that I have this image of just this massive suit of armor, but it's powered by like a little like it's a bit of the person inside the armor, like is the actual person running it.
Oh, you guys are hilarious.
you're all
If you
right.
hit him too hard,
Well, we'll get to me.
if you hit him too hard, he bounces around his armor and gets extra damage. Sorry. And also, I have also taken a cool spell, I think. It is called Rolathim's Psychic Lance.
Gesundheit.
Yeah. It's 120 feet distance. It's only voice, so even if I'm like, I can't use my hands for some reason, I can still speak it.
Okay.
And basically, I have to, if I see them, I can hit them, and then you have to do a wisdom save, But if you fail, it's 10d6 psychic damage.
Oh.
But what's super fun about it is, let's just throw it out there. Let's say we meet Alarian. No, not Alarian. We like him.
Rulon.
Hey.
And we start making fun of him, then
we don't make fun of
whispers there, man.
We don't make fun of Rulon. We don't like her.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Let's say we encounter her again, even if she hides and I can't see her, if she's within 120 feet and I speak her name, it will still hit her.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is a lance. This is called a lance.
A psychic lance. Just imagine a lance coming out of my forehead and just stabbing somebody else.
This is like an Elden.
people.
This is like an Elden Ring or Dark Souls like lance. That's what this is. Like, it hits from a mile radius. That's all right. Listen, the enemies are getting tougher too. So yeah.
Exactly.
That's pretty slick. That's pretty good.
Awesome.
That is good stuff. I am excited for that, and we will talk about hit points from everybody in just a bit before we do the wrap up. After we speak to, I'm very happy. Good to see you as always, Maria. I'm happy to see what Marimay gets up to. I'm also happy to see what the character of one Jennifer Brozek gets up to. Jen, is good to see you. Welcome. Again, Happy New Year to you on stream in front of people for the first time, and also Happy New Year to the cat as always. So tell me, how is life and everything with you, and who are you playing, and what awesome stuff has your character gained at this lofty level of level 8?
Life is doing pretty well. I've actually filled out my convention schedule for the next year now.
Good stuff.
I'm only going to 2 planned. We'll see about the other ones. And I'm getting interviewed for a lot of things. I had a book come out, Trumel's Light. I started a new Shadowrun book, a co-write with a certain editor who owes me his part by Sunday.
I wonder who you're speaking of.
I told you, no guarantee.
Utterly ridiculous. It's going to be an absolutely, utterly ridiculous Shadowrun novella. I can just tell you that right now. Not serious in any way, shape, form, or fashion, except when I make it serious.
Okay. As opposed to the very dour tone of Shadowrun, which is usually not at all silly and completely straight ahead serious.
I don't know. You haven't read some of my Shadowrun, have you?
No. I'm not saying I'm believe me, and I like Shadowrun, but like Shadowrun definitely, feels like it's got.
It's kind of ridiculous. It really is.
But that's cool though.
Let's see. By the way, I actually am kind of serious now that I've thought about the drinking game for involving my cats on a stream. So if somebody comes up with a really decent drinking game, I will look into it.
Every time a paw emerges from off screen and touches your shoulder, for instance, like I don't think we'd make it in about 15 minutes, to be honest with you, Jen. I'm not sure.
Every time Pharaoh decides it's time for me to hold him, or Isis does, or Mina does. Yep. Yeah. So other than that, there's a lot of big projects kind of floating on the radar. Some are floating away, and a couple of unexpected things are taking their place, and I don't know what's actually going to land. So right now I'm working on some of my own stuff. I'm working on some Shadowrun stuff, and we shall see what lands. And if it's some of the really big stuff, it'll be NDA stuff that I can't talk about at all. So that'll be fun. In the meantime, in this fantasy, I am playing Nisiana Di Jurasco, a halfling healer from the Halfling House of Healing. And after months of angst about possibly turning into a werebat, I finally just looked up the spell and I have remove curse.
You know what's funny is I also knew that, but I was just like, I let's just see how far we can push the months of angst.
In retrospect, it's really funny, and it's also a lesson for myself to remember to look up all the spells, even if I don't have them on my character sheet.
I just wanted to have this image of you being like, all right, I've designed new armor for myself so that when I turn into a werebat, the wings won't break the armor. You know, like all of these adjustments. Tantin, can you make a prosthetic like thing to keep myself from flying randomly when I don't want to? You know, all this stuff. Oh man.
Well, I didn't want to be a were cleric, and all I had to do was have a conversation with Eberron, and I'm not a were cleric. In any case,
Where?
What?
I said where?
He wanted a Werrick.
I don't want to be a Werrick.
I believe a lot of the fans, a lot of the watchers wanted you to wear it too.
For the fans, I was looking at Tren, who the constant refrain in our other campaign was people kept wanting him to turn to a spirit bear, and like all just like, come on, man, you could be a spirit bear. He's like, I don't want to be a spirit bear right now. So I was just thinking about the fact that poor Jen every time was just like, I don't want to be a goddamn werebat. Stop asking me to be a werebat. So.
It's true. I know, and I'm not going to be. And on top of that, because as you have so astutely pointed out, that our enemies are getting tougher and our tanks are occasionally dropping like flies.
Occasionally.
I have taken the feat toughness as well. So I will be rolling for my hit points this time, but I have currently now a base of 65 hit points, which means on average when I use life transference, I won't drop.
Which is good stuff. You would be amused, by the way, chat, in the green room and in the Discord, how much I kept hearing toughness being thrown around by all the players who I think in our last finale of season 2 had the fear of something put in them and just like, geez, all right, fine, toughness. Everybody needs to stop falling. You know, no, you were fine. You were fine. It was a different matter. But anyway, it was very interesting from a distance.
We're going up against the frickin' Emerald Claw, who actually targets frickin' healers.
Yeah, that's right.
That's not good.
That's right.
So yes, I had a conversation with Eberron, and my God suggested maybe I should be a little bit tougher so I can take on these challenges, rise to meet them, and deliver, continue to heal everyone and keep them upright, especially our giant hulking
who we're going to talk about in just a second. I do have this image, Jen, of Nisiana doing this montage scene from the opening of Winter Soldier, or no, the opening of the Avengers, where Captain America is just beating the hell out of a bag so much so that he then freaking punches the bag across the gym. I have this image of Nisiana with like the montage cuts of like Merame dropping and like, no, and like, Nisiana just like upping the ante until like, bah! So yeah, Nisiana, the tough Durasco. So toughness was a big one. Some cool extra stuff. Yeah. Anything additional in healing terms that you gained?
I got an extra spell slot, so I actually have 2 level 4s now. But other than that, no, I don't have anything else special. No new auras. Yeah, no.
That's still though. I mean, listen, it's going to be great. And Nisiana will be much needed. And you're quite right. They do target healers, and it's either wizard dies first or cleric dies first. Basically, healer dies first. But always a pleasure, Jen, to have you with us and to have Nisiana with us. And last but certainly not least, the poor guy who has been getting mercilessly, viciously mocked. I think you could even harangued, yes, is our dear friend John Helfers. John, it's good to see you. I know also that this haranguing is even worse since apparently the Packers do not own the Lions, and so they are currently sitting at home.
Not this year.
They're sitting at home, but that's all right because that means that we get to focus our attention on this awesome play with John and Alarian. So, John, how are you? Again, Happy New Year on stream, live in front of everybody. Good to see you. How is life, and who are you playing, and what cool stuff? Because I'm sure there's tons of cool stuff that Alarian got that you would like to tell us about.
So, first of all, still is not going to Citadel. So yeah, you're in the house with us too. Yes, that was painful. That was actually, the season has been just a mess. Anyways, yeah. So Ilarian's on strike now. So vicious mockery. No, yes, I'm John Helfers. It's been good. Happy New Year to everybody. This is the first time we're all back in 2023. It's actually been pretty exciting. We and by we, my company that I work for, Catalyst Game Labs, just put out a big thing. There it is. I put a link in the chat to we pre-launched, not launch, but pre-launched our update on the Mercenaries Kickstarter for BattleTech, our next Kickstarter, which we are going to do. We're going to launch it live at Adepticon at the end of March in Illinois. So if folks are in the Chicago area, Adepticon is a smaller but very premier miniature tabletop convention, and I'm very excited. I'll be attending there. We're all going to be there. It's going to be very fun. And yeah, we're kicking it off there. We kind of partnered with them. Sort of, in a way. And we just put out the notification on it. If you thought our Clan Invasion Kickstarter was crazy, this one's going to be even more lit. It's unreal. I mean, we're giving stuff away just for like signing on board. You get like something automatically. Like, I think it's an aerospace fighter, which I'm like, okay, we can do that. All right, okay, cool. So yeah, it's gonna be nuts. Anywho, but that's not what we're doing here. I'm not even a big stumpy robot because I glide everywhere. I don't even walk, so that doesn't really count. I can't even segue there.
Oh, look, Hilness is already signed up. Thank you, Hilness. See, there we go. Yeah, and Reno wanted to know if Adaptagon is a new Transformer, so I figure it combines 5 other cons.
Right,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There you go. And it becomes even stronger, exactly.
Right.
So, yeah, so January's been fun so far. We had to scramble to get that together, and we've got lots of new stuff planned for this year. It's going to be awesome. But back to Eberron. So yes, I am playing Ilarion, the Starforged Warforged, and despite Marame's merciless mocking, exactly. I didn't get a lot at 8 either, except for the feat. And yes, once again, as Arv was absolutely correct, I also took toughness because out of everybody, I believe Ilarion has dropped the most. So, but what people are forgetting is along with Ilarion's hit points that rise, their Aegis armor also rises. So I am now over at 100 points to be taken down in my quest to annoy Arv with my high armor class and make him really work for it. So yes, so it's not. But I've already set my hit points because I chose it. I wasn't going to roll this time because I've been burned too many times in this game. It's been unreal. I think I've rolled once 4 times, 4 out of 8 levels, 50%. So I am at, and chat will love this, I am at 69 hit points, which we all got a big chuckle out of when I said earlier.
Absolutely. All right, chat, you know what to do.
Yeah, which means my Aegis armor is at 34, so I'm at a total of 103
there we go.
points that Arv has to whittle down. So there you go. And that was it. That's all I got. Pretty much my spirit dice stayed the same, 46, and roll 20. Please fix your things for the short and long rest because they suck.
Yeah.
They're terrible. So please fix that and make it work properly because I lost a lot of my information, which was really annoying. So
they are absolutely watching this show. So.
Of course
they ought to be
glued to it.
Yes. I will give Roll20 a pop though because they have made map sizing easier. Uploading some maps today, earlier today for the session this evening. They actually have a feature now that allows you to fit the page to the size of the file. So rather than mine having to manipulate and move it and increase it, it just moves it to the map. So it's like now the map is the screen, which is what I want it to be. And I've been hoping they might do something like that for a while, and fortunately they have done so. So I will give them a little bit of a pop. And yes,
tell your awesome GM power to get them to fix it. I just wanted to go back to what it was before, where I had more.
No, right. I totally get that. Div says how many AC Ilarion has? Yes. That's basically, that
is correct.
Pretty much correct.
Pretty much.
Okay, so your hit points are 69 out of 69 again.
Yes.
34 out of 34 with the Aegis armor, and you also start with a hero point, I will mention. So
that is correct.
So you will have one of those. All right, well, let me go back in the other direction since we have your hit points. Before we do the recaps and everything else, let us talk about our hit points. I will start with Jen on Warpack in the other direction. So Nisiana will bravely roll. Right? Confidently and bravely.
It's hit dice, right?
Yep. Yes.
Hit dice plus constitution plus toughness. So
right. Also, toughness is retroactive, I think.
It is retroactive. That's why I'm up to 65 right now. It's just when you roll. Oh wait, no, I added my +2 for this level already, so I don't get.
Okay.
You don't get that
So-
+2, yeah, just your
When you
combo.
Yeah,
roll-
I get the +2 from my Constitution. So
Yep.
Right. And when you roll hit nice, when you
I
roll,
just rolled an 8.
Rolled it.
Nice.
oh, you rolled a 6 +2.
I rolled a 6, so I
Plus
got
2.
8. So I am now at 73 hit points.
73, a solid 4 points over the Hilarion. But again, you don't have the armor that Hilarion has, so that
No,
really
I
does have
don't,
to be
and
accounted.
it's okay because he's the tank. His job is to get hit.
He is the tank.
I don't get hit.
Thank you also for, I will thank you on John's behalf for signing up, Arudno. So there you go, John. 2 people already. Just sign
All right.
up immediately. So
I'm out. I've done my part.
I've done my job.
Yep.
I've done my job.
But seriously, thanks, guys. I think you're both gonna love what we're doing here. It's gonna be nuts.
And by
in a
that
good
he
way.
means take that link that he posted and go to Twitter and spread the word. Is what he means.
Well, that
Please and
wouldn't
thank you.
hurt. Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you. And so that's awesome. So 73 out of 73 hit points for Nisiana. Also the hero point that we talked about before. So that is now refilled, and that brings us over to Marie and Merime, who is going to roll or do the
Yeah. I don't roll.
See, she learned.
You're
She
right.
learned.
That's right. You just did
Exactly.
the average. You just didn't announce it yet. Okay, so now you
Yeah,
can
I
announce
did.
it.
So with toughness, it brought me up, and I already added the extra points for this level. I'm up
Okay.
to 95, and then
95 out
that
of
puts me to
95.
102 with my 5 plus 2 Constitution.
Okay, 102. 102.
I think so. Jen and I did it together, so if we fucked it up, let me know now.
Well, whatever your last one was,
Yeah.
plus 16, which is the retroactive 6 toughness,
Right.
plus your average, which is what is your average of your hit dice?
That's 5.
5 plus your Constitution bonus.
That's 2.
So it should be
There you go.
22 points. So you had 80 before?
Yeah.
Okay, well then that's right then. I mean, you are all level 8. Like this is, you're starting to get up there.
And I have been taking the average, which I think served me well.
Yeah. And I mean, this is what toughness does. It's why it's a feat. Like it's legit, but it also means you don't get other stuff, and that's the balancing act. So
It
it's fine.
is.
I'm all good with that. So 102 out of 102.
you.
Otherwise known as 33 points more than Ilarion. I think it's just we'll just have the marker be plus 33 Ilarions.
I have one more point to get through than she does, regardless. So
It's-
I'm just
And
saying.
of course, Merime has a hero
Oh,
point.
sure.
It's just becoming a meme now. That's all it is, John.
And
Yes.
he's got like his super armor thing.
Right,
where
that's right. You don't have that.
which
You've
I
got
have
your-
given to her to save her butt on more
You
than one
have,
occasion.
because
So
I'm much
I'm just
squishier.
saying.
to
Thank
save it around.
you.
That's a good point.
Please
Um,
continue and ignore my smart assness.
So 102
Well,
to
we're not
102.
really playing, so it's all good. It's all
One
meta.
hero point
Yeah.
for Merime. And that leads us last of all to Tantin, last but not least. So, okay, Tren, what is, now we get to roll for Tantin. And then remind me, Spanner is a portion of the, how do we figure out Spanners?
Spanners is a solid. It's always the same calculation. For Spanner, it's like 5 times my level plus his proficiency modifier, which is the same as mine. So every
So
time I level
40
up,
something.
his goes up by a set amount.
Okay,
So
okay. Cool.
it's never a question of average or rolling. It's always
Okay.
a thing. But
But for you, it's a question of rolling. So,
for him, he is currently at 47 of 47
okay.
for level 8
Why do I have you at 48 out of 48, Tren? Is there,
because I haven't rolled yet
no, but I'm saying you said 47 out of 47. So I'm wondering
for
why.
Spanner.
Oh, for Spanner. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Proceed.
Okay. So I will roll because I love this shit so much. And 7.
Okay. So that means we're looking at, are you 55 out of 55 then? Or no, that's not right.
I don't know.
I
What's
had you at
48
48 out of 48.
Yeah.
Is that okay? So 55 out of 55 with 1 hero point.
Plus 7 is what? 48 plus 7 is
55.
the thing. Oh, okay. It's funny because when I was doing the level up, and the character manager was no, I'm sorry, D&D Beyond was like, okay, let's do this thing, and I went right past the part where I was going to do the hit points because I was just going to go back and fix it later,
Yeah.
depending on what I rolled, but it auto rolled 55 points, so I guess I wound up.
Oh,
there
nice.
anyway.
Well, then that was destiny, then obviously.
Yeah.
So that means that we have, in case anyone's curious, Merime is the leader in the clubhouse with 102 hit points.
Go Bard.
And then we have Nisiana with 73 out of 73. Then Alarian with 69 out of 69. Though again, that is also not counting the 34 Aegis armor points. So I mean,
I get the asterisk.
And his AC to hit him.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, yeah. And then Tanton with 55 out of 55. Everybody has a single hero point. And good. We are ready to go. Now, one thing I want to ask just before we start the recap, players, which is I'd like you to check your legacy events, please, for me. Do any of you have any of the following events? Do any of you have the Still Alive legacy events? And if this name means nothing to you, good. That just means you don't have it. Do you have the Still Alive legacy event? No. Does anyone have the Maker's Mark? Aha.
Yes.
I will come back to that. That will be important. Does anyone have the Wing and a Prayer legacy event?
Nope.
But I'm pretty sure one of you has the Mark of the Sphinx
Merime does.
legacy event.
Yeah,
Yes.
I do.
Okay. All right. Excellent. That is good to know. Outstanding. All right. Well, chat, the time has come for the premiere of Season 3 as we move into Dogs of War and Parliament of Gears. Let's play a little bit of music. Let's fire up our map here. There it is. Let's fire up our map and let us talk a little bit. As I put that over there, let's talk a little bit about... Wait, I'm missing something.
Actually, I got that wrong. Mark of the Sphinx is to Sky Blue to Flame Wind. And now we need to protect her. And Flame Wind's favor is to Merime.
I got both. I got Flame Wind favor, and I've got Mark of the Sphinx.
Okay, so I think Mark of the Sphinx was probably party wide.
I thought it was a group.
I think so.
I
Yeah,
think
it
that's
must
why.
be. But I got Flame Wind favored. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Party
Okay.
wide.
Okay.
All right. I didn't take the right notes. Sorry.
It'll be unfortunate for the later adventure, The Doom of Flamewood's Favor, but no, I'm just kidding.
But we've also got Runaway Lovers, so that counters it. That's fine.
Interesting.
We also have Stay of Execution.
Yes. Yes, some of these come up at different times. But one of the things I really love about this campaign is that these events come back. Some of them determined by the campaign, some of them determined by me, based upon things that are happening in the affair, and all of it in the end determined by the players because it's about what they do in the process. So, you see the map before you, chat, of the map here of Corvair, and let me fire up a little bit of music here. Let's go with.
You're doing that, Marie. Let me see your nails.
Oh, today
they
was.
Don't match your dice.
No, they do. Look, I changed it.
What do they do? Yeah.
Red.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are red.
That looks purple to me.
Oh, it's red. It's my light. Jen inspired it when we were chatting this week. It's red,
no,
yes.
Beg your
red.
pardon. Sorry.
And it matches my necklace too. It's okay. I'll forgive this one offense. No worries. Thank you for asking.
Okay. We have some music going, so we are good to go. In our last, I really don't want to say session as much as season. In our last season's chat, the King's Citadel, these 4 elite operatives who have been in the city of Sharn trying to figure out more details about the Oracle of War, while also simultaneously trying to avoid multiple other people that are trying to kill them. And, stop war and a bunch of other things that just are sort of part of the everyday process. And also get some ribbons on occasion at a shop. All of these things were done in Sharn. And in the last session, the party did indeed have a climactic battle with Irulin Karnak, who is clearly an operative of the Emerald Claw. The Emerald Claw, which itself has connections to Thane, which itself is quite close, at least potentially, or I should say Thrain, I beg your pardon, not Thane. Thrain, that's Thane, Pathminder, et cetera, et cetera. I meant Thrain.
Right.
Thrain, and Thrain itself and Brayland are teetering on the edge of war. War anyway, despite the party's best efforts, largely because of forces perhaps beyond anybody's control. We'll see whether the party can stop them. They did manage to defeat Arulin Karnak. They managed to save Sky Blue, who is associated with some part of the prophecy coming from the Oracle of War. And the party did indeed manage to make some progress here. Specifically, the party was able to gather some information that the creator of the Oracle of War, may have some connection to things happening in or around, or people, I should say, in or around Salvation. And according to Flamewind, if they return to Salvation, they might be able to gather even more information about the maker of the Oracle of War, and presumably that person ought to give them a lot of information about the actual device that they've been carrying around. But of course, there are other complications that have entered the mix. We already talked about the Emerald Claw, and clearly, if the party has, as I said in the video, defeated Arulin Karnak, apparently, then the question is going to be what happens when the Emerald Claw discovers it, what will the vengeance be like, etc. So we have that to consider. And of course, the elusive Lord of Blades, someone that they originally stole the Oracle of War from under the nose of, so to speak, when they found it in the bazaar in the morning, in the Mornland. And so there are a lot of possible things that could happen here. And so after Sky Blue returned, Sky Blue begged Flamewind and the party to allow her to track down her father, who is still living, apparently, or could be living, in Salvation. She has tracked down his medals. She has tracked him down, or she thinks she has. At least she believes she knows where he may have headed, and so is asked to go into Salvation. And so Flamewind, upon consultation, agreed and asked the party to accompany her because of her significance within the prophecy of the Oracle of War. So as the lightning train steams north, and I will give the party a chance to do, flashback moments in Sharn in just a second, but as the party steams north, it is important to remember that we have the Oracle of War that's chugging along with him. We have Sky Blue that is traveling with them, and they also have this charge from Hilar and from the King's Citadel, which is that they also need to try to see if they can find out what's going on with the Lord of Blades, and oh, by the way, stop the impending war between Thrain and Brayland. So, no big deal, just another day at the beach. I think it should be fine. So, as just before we head on to the train, I will ask, what would the party have liked to have done back in Sharn before we talk about what's happening on the train?
Ribbon shopping.
Ah, okay. There is
supply for the trip.
There is plenty of ribbon shopping to be done. Go ahead.
And you still need a medical kit and a medicine kit, and I still need my disguise kit back. So we need some shopping.
So shopping, and I also do need to stop in at the House of Healing and give them an update on the house debt to King's Citadel and how is it going now.
Yes. So let's talk about that first. Nisiana, when you go to House Jarasco, who do you think you would be meeting there? Who would be the person that you would be in touch with?
Probably another house agent.
Okay. So what I would say is this is probably the morning before everybody departs on the Lightning Rail. When you have a chance to meet with one of the agents from House Jarasco. One of actually the higher-ups, whose name is Flori, F-L-O-R-I, Flori di Jarasco. And Flori, who is an elf, actually, and a member of the House of Healing, and one of the, as I say, one of the kind of more highly respected healers, is meeting with you to talk about this. And as you're sort of laying out things, you're sort of laying out how much you paid off and how much, Flori is kind of comparing notes. And Flori at a certain point looks down at the thing that they've been drawing on. And then they look back up at you, and Flori kind of narrows their eyes and says, in truth, Nisiana, you've done excellent work here. It seems that you've made quite a bit of debt back, I think, to the Citadel. But And then Flory sort of like looks at the sheet and sighs and says, "You might as well look for yourself," and flips it around, the sheet they were working on, and pushes it over to you.
Okay.
And if you take a look at it, what you see is a certain percentage of money, like you've got basically the two columns, right? So you have, you've got income and outflow, and all that stuff right next to each other. And then right about, let's say, 2 months ago, you see the negative column ticked up an enormous amount. Tens of thousands of gold pieces. For the house, not for you, for the house. This is the number. Remember, Flory was comparing their numbers to the numbers you had for the Citadel specifically. And it's the house. And Flory kind of waits to see your reaction.
Wait, the house is how much in debt?
Well, they were more in debt than this, but tens of thousands more than they were.
Oh, wow. That's... What happened?
And Flory kind of lowers their voice and kind of leans in a bit and says, "There are two things. One, the war and the potential for what is needed means that it is believed that House Jarasco will be needed, and as a consequence, the House has invested. It has invested in greater security and also several extra buildings within which we hope to be able to focus some of our healing energies. It was an investment that we expected we might have to make, although we hoped we would not have to. But that isn't the unexpected part. Probably, I would say, about a month ago or so, one of our number defected. They left Brayland. We don't know the details, but if we're right, it suggests that they have taken not only some of our healing techniques, but also a great deal of our resources, particularly magical ones. Intelligence has suggested that Thrain is behind this. They've defected, Nisiana, to Thrain and taken some of our money with it.
That's where the Emerald Claw comes from?
Flory nods and says, "Yes. And whether or not the rest of us see it, there must be a connection."
I know the Emerald Claw targets healers. I know that very well. With personal experience, painful personal experience. Do they have family in Thrain? Do they have family that are vulnerable?
This is the part that only perhaps 2 others within the house know. But I will let you know because of your role in the Citadel. But this is not to be spread beyond those you trust implicitly, Nisiana. When the person left, we found the body of that same person a day or so after they disappeared. Intelligence suggests that a cat-like creature might have been seen escaping Sharn on an airship, heading back to Thrain. A Rakshasa, Nisiana. A Rakshasa that disguised themselves as one of us.
That would be some interesting magic. And a lot of intel.
And Flory nods and says, "I had heard rumors you've run into a Rakshasa not that long ago."
Was it tiger-like cat? Oh, that's really not good, and my group will not be pleased. What is the name of the defector? Well, I know they're dead, but what is their name?
The name of the director before was Fence. Originally, not one of House Jarasco, someone that was brought in because of service during the last war. And I hate to say it, they were from the plains, a halfling from Talenta. And when I learned of this theft, I never wanted them to be in House Jarasco in the first place. I thought they could not be trusted. And Flory looks very troubled and then says, healing is one thing. Bigotry takes longer to fix, it appears. Anyway, that was their name, Fence. But no longer.
And what would you have me do?
1, keep your eyes open. And 2, while you continue to keep excellent records of the money that's being used by the Citadel, it would not go amiss if you came into some extra resources and funds to be able to somehow claim those for House Jarasco. This is not known publicly outside of only a few. But if the other houses become aware that Jarasco is this deeply in debt, it could imbalance the structure of the houses. People might ask for favors that we might not be able to refuse. And of course, if you find that traitorous, and just sort of trails off.
Oh, the Rakshasa, should we meet again on better, stronger circumstances, I suspect we will have words.
And Flory nods and says, as long as you can do that, then you will be doing what we ask. We are very proud of you.
Rakshasa is very, very, very dangerous.
I know that now myself, based on this. And kind of stabs at the sheet that I had passed across to you, with the massive, negative on the right side. And then shakes their head and says, the reality is, Nisiana, that we are very proud of you, but what is happening here, the war that's coming, I don't know how much power the King's Citadel has. I've seen what you've been able to do, what you and your companions have been able to do. I don't want to ask you to choose one over the other, but if the Citadel asks you to do something, and the consequence is the loss of our house's solvency, and therefore the house itself, we're not telling you to do anything at present, but we need you to be on the lookout.
I know where my heart lies.
And Flory nods and says, good. Then you must follow your heart, as always.
Am I to keep in contact with you specifically, or just continue to keep in contact with other house agents?
Given that there are only a few others who know, I would rather you stay in touch with me. Although, if you wish to contact the house directly about other things, for example, the infusion of extra coin, I don't think anyone it would not go amiss if any of them were to learn of that. But if any of these other things, if you were, for example, to encounter the Rakshasa, this is something I would like to know about personally.
I suspect if we encounter them again, hopefully it'll go differently than the last time. Is there anything else I need to know?
No, except that our hopes go with you.
We will do our best for house and country.
And Flory nods and sort of stands, and you can put their hand on your shoulder, and you can see their dragon marks flare slightly as you feel kind of a sense of warmth sort of flow into you. You can take inspiration for that, Nisiana.
Nice. Is that for my next whatever?
Yes, sure. Your next whatever is a good way to put it.
I mean, it's not like I'm currently in combat. And
that is correct, but like, for checks too,
combat.
like not just combat if something happens. So,
Inspiration.
Okay. Assuming you're good with that, that was what you had to deal with. Alarian, did you have anything that you needed to go over in Sharn?
No.
Okay.
They're good.
Okay. Merime, is there anything else besides ribbon shopping that you wanted to be doing in Sharn?
Yes. I'm tempted. I would have been tempted, or maybe I am tempted to go to see if, the Kalishtar have anything to add, because they have quite a presence here.
Yep.
And I've received one vision, but there are some that are more tapped into it than I am, or try harder to be a part of it than I am.
Absolutely.
This club, I will not sign my membership card into the shredder with you. But so for the sake of making sure that I have all the information that might keep us safe or in one piece, I think if I'd have the time, I might head there and just see if I can find anyone I know and just kind of ask a couple of questions.
Sure. And let's talk that through, and then I'll come to you next turn about Tantan, and then we'll talk train, and then I may have a surprise for all of you, chat. So be on the lookout. Merime, when you come to the section of Sharn in which there is a very large Kalashtar enclave, and you know it very well because you grew up there for part of your time, there are a number of people that are there, but there is one in particular that you spent some time with in the past. This is an older Kalashtar who, even by Kalashtar standards, was a little, how do I put this, never fully out of the dream state, so it felt. The name of this person is Sorashana. Sorashana.
Thank you.
And Sora Shana has this wispy white hair, which is always pulled back into a ponytail, and spends more of her time, so it seems, with eyes closed than open, and is one of those people that some of the younger Kalashtar were kind of like, okay, really, like we understand that dreams are a thing, but it gets a little. But there is no denying that of all of those that you knew among the Kalashtar, Sorashana probably had the greatest amount of knowledge and understanding. And so this is someone that you could fairly easily seek out. She is in the same place that she's always been, which is a sort of a kind of spindly structure that reminds you a little bit of what would happen if you brought Zodor Tarev's, you remember his kind of lair on top of basically a pole, basically in Salvation. If you combined that with sort of the Sharn tower building, you'd end up with this. It's basically like a tower, but sort of twisted and half built, and it almost looks as if it has in fact been built in multiple levels at different times in the history of Sharn. So it almost like, it's like, looking at the tree trunk, you can kind of see the years. You can kind of see like what era each thing came from. And nice. So she is at the very top of this, in this twisted sort of dark wood room. And if you wanted to go see her, you could ascend these stairs, kind of rickety stairs that go around the outside of this thing. And then come up to the top. It's up to you. That would be if you wanted to do that. But this is a person who has a great deal of Kalashtar knowledge, if you wanted.
I'll sigh heavily and ascend the stairs.
And when you get up to the top, the door is closed. There is a window, but it is smoked over, and you, even from here, can faintly smell incense kind of floating out from below the door.
I'll knock. I'll say, Sarashana, I know you're in there, and I know you're probably in a dream state. And if you're aware enough to answer me, it's Mirime. I am visiting and have a question.
No reply.
Can I look into the window? Is it?
It's complete. Yeah, it's just smoke. I mean, just like fogged over. The door does not seem to be locked, by the way.
Sarashana, I'm coming in. Please be clothed this time. And I will gently and, open the door.
When you come in, the first thing you note, of course, the inside of this place, and you remember this from even when you were much, much younger, when you were a very young Kalashtar, you used to really love the inside of this place, and then as you got older, it got a little bit, you sort of noticed some of the cleanliness is not at the top of Sorashana's interests, so there's some of that. Of course, the place is just absolutely just practically choking with incense, very strong incense that's part of this. And as you open it, there's actually this, like some of the incense is pulled out into the air beyond. And when you close it, there are several faint purplish lights. And you don't see Sorashana at first, but eventually you were sort of aware kind of a presence. And you think it might be above you, Mirame.
I look up.
So when you look up, you can actually see that Sorashana is lying back on what looks like a hammock and seems to have you can see her elbows off of both sides of it. So it almost looks as if maybe she has her hands, let's see if I can do it, like her hands folded, type of thing.
Right.
Like out this way. And obviously you can't see her face, but she is clearly above you in this hammock.
I cast Shattered. No, I'm kidding.
Roll initiative. No.
Sorashana.
And there's sort of silence and no response. You do think you hear quiet breathing though from above you.
Okay. I am going to start casting prestidigitation and basically like removing all of this incense smoke from around her.
Okay. So this big like cloud sort of clears out of the way.
Yeah, I'm just like crying out loud. She probably can't breathe.
And after about, I don't know, a good 15, 20 seconds of this, you hear, "You have come, I see, Mirame. You have drifted to me through the smoke and the gray. Why have you declothed me?" Now she has all her clothes on for change, like you have not apparently declothed her.
I'm loath to ask for help, as you know, but I fear that my friends and I might be heading into something darker than usual, and I was wondering if you had any insights for the road ahead, or what is happening right now.
Darker. And suddenly, and you do remember thinking back that Sorashana does have a tendency to do this, the hammock quite suddenly flips.
God!
And you find yourself staring Sorashana directly in the face. But although she is now on the other side of the hammock, she does not fall. She just hovers there above you, and her eyes open. And you can see here she has these green, almost, hazelish, let's say, eyes. And again, the white hair is always pulled back, like I mentioned. And it's almost impossible to determine how old Sorashana is, because she doesn't look ancient, even though she clearly must be quite old. And yet, her face is one of those faces she could be 40, 140, 540. It's very hard to tell with her. But those eyes are the things that always catch her attention, and they flip open as she flips over, and then she says, "Darkness surrounds you, child. Darkness surrounds you everywhere you go.
Yet you have walked from the darkness. You spend not enough time in the world beyond this one. Too much in this world are you, Merimee. Too much on the ground and not in the stars.
I'm not here to rehash this argument with you. I have made my choice and my peace, and it's up to you to make your own. But should you wish to actually affect something positively in this world right now, deep breath, Merimee, I would welcome your input and your insight, because you do spend the time in the stars. And you might see things that we cannot right now from our point of view. So I'm asking you for help. Should you be willing to grant it?
Help. And she sort of nods slowly. Help. Since you have chosen to go forth, Merimee Hawksmoor, go forth and be one with those who stand on the ground and allow their senses to cloud the truth. Help is something which some might say would be wasted on you. But I have always had faith that somewhere, and she always has this uncomfortable way of almost looking through you, right? Like she's staring into your soul. I have always had faith that somewhere within you there beats the heart of someone who walks upon the astral plane, who speaks with gods, and who lets the dreams speak the truth that the ground and the space of our world obscures. I will tell you what I have seen, but it is up to you to interpret what it might mean.
As she speaks, my grip tightens on the pommel of my sword.
Okay.
Not because I'm going to hurt her. I'm just
No,
grounding.
I know. And she says, again, still no apparent thing holding her. She's just literally hovering right above you. And she
Valerian
says,
does that all the time.
Yeah, it's a standard. Yeah. Not actually 7-8 feet above the floor, I don't think, but yes. She stares at you and she says, I walked not that long before among blue and green. There I saw a scarlet streak in the sky. I wondered, for the scarlet streak grew, and it lengthened, widened, grew brighter. First it was the color of blood, and then the color of hearts burning out of one's chest as it came closer. The sky then was red, and behind it I could feel a thrumming, gears shifting, a machine turning. Cold it was, driven by itself, not to aid or to heal, but simply to be, to work. It was created for one purpose, and now that purpose has come. The red streak grew brighter, the humming grew louder, and suddenly, Merimee, I felt pain. The pain of thousands, thousands crying on the ground as they were destroyed. The grip of blood and vengeance has tightened. As I stood, horrified, unable to cry out, something came from the streak of red. It grew larger, a blot against the red, soon so large I feared it would blot out the sky. It was machine, metal and wood. Death was in its hand, and hatred in its eyes. This will come to us. We will see it first, but all will suffer from it. And then she blinks and says, "Was there anything else, child?"
I mean, that was fairly dark, but and those are usually the paths you take. Is there anything that we can do to stop it?
Yes. Become conscious of your dreams. Return to what you have left behind. Seek the truth within you, the truth that is granted only to our people. And let them guide you. Not, and her eyes flicker down to your sword hilt with your hand, Mermaid. Not your physical weapons, all angle and hardness. The real power lies within and above. And her eyes kind of flick up towards the ceiling. Return to your dreams, Mermaid. Let them guide your path. And do not let your commitment to your friends obscure your responsibility to truth and your own people.
I define who my people are. But will you stand against the darkness, or will you just get lost in your dreams once more when I leave? Because that informs my answer as well, and which path I choose to take.
And for the first time, she gets a slight smile on her face, and she says, "The problem, child, is you think that spending time in one's dreams is not standing up to the darkness. I have fought my battles and will continue to fight them. The question is the field on which the combat happens." And slowly the hammock and her body kind of turn around, and then she says, "You must go to whatever fate you believe you must have, and I must go back into the world where my fate is something I can control."
I nod, and I don't think there's anything else to say. I've tried before, in Mirimi's head. She's tried before. She's gotten nowhere with these arguments. She has the answer she needs, so she quietly steps out and closes the door, assuming that Sorashana is already vanished into her dreams.
It seems so. As you close the door, you notice that the incense has already billowed back over the spot that you had covered over previously. Okay. So, assuming you're good, Mermaid, then last I will talk to Tantin and ask Tantin what you did in Sharn. This feels like, what did everyone do in their summer vacation? What did you do, Tantin, in Sharn before? And I should say, by the way, Mermaid, that visit probably happened the night before you left. I would say it was probably in the evening, would be my guess. Tantin.
Well, the for as long as we've been playing this particular game, by that I mean Eberron, I don't think any of us have ever acquired gold or anything like that. So I presume we're getting paid by somebody. So
yes,
Tantin's big thing is probably he's not going to find it, but he's going around looking for a portable hole because he's sick of having the inability to stick the Oracle of War into his
bag of holding.
Yeah, he wants a portable hole so it'll be big enough that he can put it in there and then fold it up into a little napkin and stick it somewhere, and nobody will be able to scry on the damn thing. So, but he's not going to find a portable hole. It's
Yeah, that's a little beyond, and it's not so easy to requisition. Although I do love the idea that Tantin might have asked Halar, and Halar probably in his typical very patient way was probably like,
I'll see what I can do. It might take a while to procure it. Like something like that, right? Is my guess.
Now
yeah.
we are not taking the Oracle with us, correct? Flamewind is hanging on to that?
No, the plan was, we talked about this briefly at the end of the session, that you were going to be taking the Oracle of with you because none of you, I think, trusted that. It's not trusting Flamewind. It's that obviously the university is having trouble. Like, they've been broken into how many times? Like, they basically were like, you people are better able to do it and less capable of like being corrupted than the other people that are involved. So you are
we have it
with
with
you
us.
as the theory. Yes.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah. So yeah, he's
big smile.
Sure.
That's great. That's lovely.
Tandon's a big smile.
And Ilarion does too, are as big as they always have on their face. So, you know.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, Arudinel, get it at level 20. That's way too far down the road.
Yeah.
And B, Tanton can make one. It's just going to take a lot of time, some very special materials, and about 8,000 gold. So you can't make one right now. Right. Anyway, so no, everything Tanton has to do, aside from that, will take place on the train.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to start with you actually, because let's talk about the train. Oh, go ahead. No, sorry.
You had something.
Oh, I would have also asked Tanton if he could help me with my weapon, because it proved very direlessly useless when melee weapons couldn't do any damage.
That's part of what I figured would happen on the train.
Okay.
Perfect.
Let's talk about that very moment then.
Okay.
As you were all on the train, and this is probably about 6 hours out from Salvation. One thing I want to note for the entire party, incidentally, is that the train, as opposed to previous trips that you've taken on it, both from, well, I guess you only had the one that you took from Salvation down here. But as opposed to that trip, there is a much greater tension this time around. First of all, there are a lot more guards. In fact, you have been accompanied by a number of military folks, not necessarily like with you specifically, but just like on the train heading up there. And the train itself has been heavily reinforced. I know I heard something about whether John mentioned something about, is there still an Alarian shaped hole in one of the cars? And the answer is no. That has been clearly repaired. They have done a lot of repair work. And in fact, in all likelihood, House Cannith had quite a bit to do in mending and getting this stuff back up and running and rolling. So that is one thing to note, which is the thing feels much less like a civilian, traveling from place to place, and much more like you're almost on a military transport, given how many military folks are on this. So with that said, you are, Tanton, you go ahead and talk a little bit about this. Maybe we can start it just, Tanton, with you telling me what you're doing on the train, and at the end of it, we'll have Merime come in to talk about the weapon.
Basically, Tanton is cleaning his tools.
Okay.
He's just sitting in his cart, and he's just kind of, polishing his tinker's hammer or whatever.
Okay. All right, Merime.
And Merime can come in at that point, I guess.
So I'm gonna come in and slide in front of him. I assume it's kind of like a bench.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I slide in front of him. Hey, Tanton.
Oh, hello.
I have a question for you.
Hopefully I have an answer.
So when I like to stab things, and I feel it more in my heart than ever. In some battles, my weapon seems highly ineffective, and I do have my magic to fall back on, but I prefer stabbing things. And I know that you helped Ilarion with their weapon, and could you I pull out my rapier and put it on the table. Could you do something with this to kind of make it a little bit more
effective?
That is one word for it. Effective, dangerous, blood drawing, whatever works. More unstoppable.
Yes,
whatever strikes your fancy. Oh, thank you, my friend. I would appreciate it.
All right, let's see. Yes, I know. And he breaks out his jeweler's tools and brings his goggles down and puts a couple of extra lenses in to magnify what he's working on. And his dragon mark tattoos start to flare up, and some of the light kind of flows down through his fingers and into his tools, and he starts etching runes into the handguard.
Ooh.
And they slowly glow for a little while after he makes them and moves on to the next one. And eventually, when he finishes, he just kind of pulls it up and taps the handguard, and the whole blade just lights up for a moment, and it's very, very bright. And he's like, "Oh, I'm glad I was wearing those." And he pushes the you got a bit. Exactly. You got a few retina traces going. It's like, oh. And so yes, that should do just fine. And he hands the sword back, and you now have a radiant rapier, which is +1 to attack and damage. And anytime you get hit, you can, if you choose, use your reaction to expend one of the weapon's 4 charges and blind your opponent if they fail a DC 15?
16 in my
16 check. Yeah.
When all the charges are used up, does it no longer function as a +1?
It regains 1d4 charges at dawn.
I see. Okay, very cool.
and
Hey, Falcon Wolf.
thank you, my friend. This is really lovely. I appreciate this, and I look forward to trying it out.
If we're ever in an area where it's extremely dark as well, you can use it to light our path as well.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Lovely. Thank you. And it looks really good. I am very happy. I just start flourishing around, slightly
Knocking it out. And should we ever run into a rust monster, it can't damage it.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Additionally, as he finishes that last rune and taps the sword and it lights up, there is a zoom, and the bag of holding explodes, and all of Spanner's parts fall all over the floor. And he looks down and is like, shit. Right.
Do you need help with Spanner? Can I help you?
No, I can put him back together again. I can only maintain the magic on so many items at once.
Yeah.
So, I'll have to make a new one later. It'll be fun.
Do you? If it's between the sword and Spanner, definitely Spanner.
No. Well, I mean, it could be, but if I think, unless I spend a lot more time making it, if I try to make something else that's enchanted, Nisiana's ring will stop working. I think we can hold off.
You should warn me about that.
Yeah,
They told me they fixed it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Son of
my
a
fault.
damn it.
It'll be like all those Captain Planet episodes, you know? Why did the rings
That aura of life, or sorry, that life transference I was holding on to just so I can save your life.
Too late.
Yeah, he can only maintain 3 infusions at once, so that's the limit. The
Nisiana
ring,
looks
the
over.
sword,
I'm
and
sorry.
his
Spanner.
crossbow.
Looks over, and Maramé
His
is just
crossbow.
grinning, like with the light of the sword in her face, like, hi. It's just like, this ring not working. Sorry.
But can you make Spanner go?
Oh, Spanner works fine. He's totally separate. It's the ring, the sword, and my crossbow.
Okay,
are the
good. I
3.
just wanted to make sure. I just we like Spanner. He's very useful.
He serves a purpose.
He's a good boy.
Mm.
Do you want me to clean him while
No,
I'm
no,
here?
it's
I could change his ribbon out. I don't mind. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the sword.
Mhm.
I'm gonna put up my feet on the bench and just kind of.
So he
Hang out.
immediately starts putting Spanner together because, all right, just having his parts laying all over the floor. So I might as well work on this now.
I'll
And
observe.
you will have to spend an hour to attune to your weapon.
I am clutching it and flourishing once in a
Okay.
while.
Yep.
Tintin, anything else you're doing?
Just putting Spanner together.
Okay. So I'm going to have us head forward here to right when you're getting into Salvation, and I'll stop briefly just to welcome everybody to Day 30. Good turnout tonight. Day 30 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, Season 3, Parliament of Gears, Part 1. Cat is touching Jen. Drink. But welcome everybody. And as I mentioned, surprise coming in a moment, so don't go anywhere. When the Citadel arrives, and last person I should mention is Hilar is also on the train with all of you, but has been more what's the term?
Out of our face.
More well, and also a little bit more distant. Seems very preoccupied with something, and the preoccupation has sort of increased, I think, as you've gotten closer and closer to Salvation itself. There has just been this sort of feeling about.
Actually, I didn't know he was here, and if he is here, I wish to talk to him on the train.
Okay. Yes, you can do that. Sure.
Okay. So, ironically, Alarian is going to try to do some information gathering. The other thing they wanted to do was try to, which is almost impossible for them, is try to find someone in the other cars who is either coming from or going back to Salvation, who's been there in the intervening. What we've been gone for, what would you say, 2 months, 3 months? Ish, or not that long?
No, I would say more like probably about a month-ish. I think more, maybe 5 weeks, possibly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still, all right, that's fine. But they're trying to find information on what Salvation is like, because when last we heard, it had been ravaged by a rampaging construct. I can't remember what the thing was called, and that has really damaged the town. So they want to find someone who might know what we're going into, but they also want to talk to Hilar. So they actually have 2 things to do while on the train.
Okay. Well, I have a bit of good news for you in one of those regards, because while you don't find everybody who's on the train seems to be going to it for not the first time, but more or less because of the whole military thing that I talked about. You do have the benefit of a local paper, which you might remember that you're able to get some of these local papers like through the equivalent of like the telegram, like sort of shipped along the same line.
Yep.
And so I have a newspaper. It is issue 18 of the Salvation Times for you. So give me a second, because you find the Solarian when you're walking around.
Yep.
And I'm going to put that over there.
Robot kid saying, paper, buy your paper.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
2 silver. 2 silver.
Okay. So I'm going
that is exactly what I'm looking for. So that's perfect.
Okay. Issue number 18. Make sure I name this properly. And I will choose a file, go with there. Yes. Yeah, I forgot that I hadn't uploaded this one. My apologies. This one here, this one here. And you're going to see this in a second, chat, as well. There we go. All right. And I'm now going to make that available to everybody. And now you can see this. And I would like it, actually, if you wouldn't mind, John, reading the... Oops, wait, I put it in the wrong place. Sorry. I wouldn't mind if you would not mind reading this handout, which I have now put in everybody's... there we go. Let me show that to the players as well. So that is that is now sitting in everyone's box. So if you could read that, that will give you a very good sense, I think, of what you're asking about.
Yep. There we go. Okay. The Salvation Times, issue 18, established 997 YK. Salvation stands tall. Send your killers, trample us with your titans, burn us with hellfire. You'll not stop us from standing right back up again. We salvagers have iron for blood, smelted in the crucible, the Mournland. Out there in the gray, there are just 2 outcomes, death or glory. This is our world. For as long as there is treasure to be hauled from this broken land, so shall we endure. So there shall be salvation. As your correspondent writes this, she gazes out over an outpost swelling with fresh blood, each pair of eyes hungry for new opportunities. Sure, we have scars. I see them written in the bloodstains on the walls, in the ash on the roadside, and in my own useless knee, smashed by Saul Dreadstroke himself as I fought bravely to defend this office. Each scar is a lesson, a mantra we can repeat to become stronger. Salvation stands tall. Where we have fallen, so shall we build new bulwarks, hardier than those that fell before. You are part of this now. If you are reading this, you are salvation.
Okay.
Interesting, to say the least.
Yep. You were asking about salvation.
Mm-hmm. And Alarion will skim the other two articles, especially the Warforged Up to No Good again, and then keep the paper with them and go find Alar.
And in case chat's curious, very quickly, the two things mentioned are Warforged Up to No Good, making reference to this Lord of Blades. The King Citadel is already familiar with this. The other thing is about this flying fortress Argonth, which has birthed at Salvation. Now, that is interesting if that's true.
And gross.
Yeah. Well, House Cannith will know something about that. Argonth
B-E-R-T-H, Trent, not B-I-R-T-H.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
yes.
There you go.
Okay. Yes, exactly.
I live to
has
serve.
Been birthed. No. Has birthed.
Stop it.
But so it talks about the effect that there's rare opportunities for trade, but Alarion, you would probably have heard a little bit of this even, which is that Argonth is a flying fortress. It is arguably the flagship of Braeland's air forces, which are one of the things that Braeland has as a major advantage over other countries in Corvair. There are other advantages other countries have, but one of Braeland's main ones is the fact that it has air superiority. Second advantage, it also has the King's Citadel, but only you folks know about that. So that's a big benefit for it. And the interesting point is this thing that it's being controlled by someone who is nicknamed Lord Bucket by his troops because of a recurring case of dysentery. Lord Bucket does not have a positive reputation among his troops, and so the article basically sums that up as well. There's also something there about protecting your soul from infernal pacts. Maybe the Silver Flame will have something to say about that. But
I'm surprised that exists.
Yeah, there may be a concern, perhaps, what has been happening over the last 5 to 6 weeks in Salvation. But anyway, yes, just so that chat knows that there is some extra stuff going on with Salvation. Also, I will fully admit I love these little newspaper things, and I like using them. So
yeah.
Oh,
very
awesome.
cool read.
okay. Right. So now you go to find Halar, who you do find sitting by himself. He's in one of the sort of cars that's sort of closer to the front. Oop. Are we getting... I got...
There's
You back?
echo.
Hello. Check. Okay, it's gone. So, yes, so you find him in the front. He's kind of looking out the window of the train as you are closing in on Salvation.
And I will take a seat across from him. I assume it's the same kind of setup that Marame and
Yes, very similar.
had done, and push the paper across and tap the Warforged article.
Yep. I read that before. You surprised?
Not, no, but it seems we are, with what we are carrying, we are a beacon to all those who wish to gain more power. We stole this from that thing the first time. If they get wind of it, that it is back in the area, I presume they will stop at nothing to get it back, recover it. I am for this mission. I believe we are doing the right thing, and yet it troubles me that we seem to be traveling blindly into what is possible great danger and putting Braeland at great risk.
I can't say that I blame you. The stuff that I heard when I was back in Sharn, I think war may be coming no matter what we do to stop it, Alarion. Danger is associated with all sorts of things, but you throw war into the mix and all bets are off. And
Well, what did you hear?
word is that Braeland doesn't feel like it's got any real chance. If Thrain gets the drop on him. If it's true that they can strike at the heart of Brayland, if the spy that you stopped before they were able to assassinate the person, if that assassination had happened, the war would have happened that much more quickly. But it basically made the higher-ups believe that Thrain can strike wherever they want, whenever they want. I've tried to explain that this is what we're here for, us and the others that work with them, the Dark Lanterns, folks like that, but reality is, I haven't been able to convince them that we're doing anything more than just plugging up a hole in a dam before the whole damn thing bursts. And I don't know. I look out there, I see us going back to this place. The Oracle, if we do get involved with war, you know the pressure we're going to be under. The pressure we're going to be under to use that thing. It might even be a good idea. But if we use it, who does that call? Who does that summon? Does this, and he points at the same article, does this start coming towards us precisely because of it? Maybe, Ilarion, we're going to have to use it and then be ready to stop the people that'll come because we used it. And I don't know whether... I used to think that the Citadel could stop anything. I still think you can stop anything more than anyone else. Or maybe there are some damn things that just can't be stopped. And just like this train, we're going to end up at the end, no matter what we started. Or how we tried to stop it.
I just worry that we're accelerating it ourselves, doing what we're doing. But to add on to what you said, perhaps there are some things that cannot be stopped, even cannot be slowed. And as you humans would lance a boil, I think the term is, perhaps that is what's necessary to ease that pressure, even though the cost will be high.
Ilarion, this hasn't come up before, but I just want to make sure I know. If it does turn out that you have to face down the Lord of Blades, maybe not him, but his people, how are you going to feel about taking down Warforged after Warforged after Warforged? It's not like there are that many of them, you know. How would you feel about wiping out a race?
I have seen much in my decades wandering this land, Pilar Brazil. At once I feel for those who have allowed themselves to become, who have fallen under the sway of the Lord of Blades, for he has corrupted them. He has convinced them to turn from what I believe their true purpose is. As such, and this may sound harsh, if there is no way of turning them back, then my view is that they are a blight to be exterminated from the land before they cause even more damage, just like the Lord of Blades is himself. I don't know, it is not fortunate or unfortunate, but I am, as you know, not of the Eberron Warforged kind. I come from above. I come from a different place. So that allows me to compartmentalize my feelings on the matter. It will be a sad day if that was to come to pass. But those actions are also necessary to save the greater of Eberron. So I will do what I see as my duty.
You know, there are many, there are not many who have actually seen the Lord of Blades. And most of them were thought to taken leave of their senses, had their mind twisted by the morning, but twisted by the gray. But now that it's become clear that there is something, and it probably is the Lord of Blades out there, the ones who came back
said the Lord of Blades was different. Some people said that he could decide how to manage things dispassionately. He could figure out what to do without letting other feelings get in the way. I guess what I'm saying is, Ilarion, that the Lord of Blades might have reminded some people of you, with the big difference being that you actually give a damn about the people around you. And near as anyone can tell, the Lord of Blades only gives a damn about his own vengeance. I'm telling this to you because, well, he's unique, so are you. I know that, even if some people back in Braylon don't. And, I wanted to know how you felt about it, I guess.
Ilarion raises their hand and kind of, it's a lot like the scene in T2 when Arnie took off the arm, and he shows the arm, the skeletal, steel skeletal hand. And he kind of
very carefully.
They flex it, and he points his hand, and then they tap their chest and say, "Every Warforged must walk a very odd path between our created selves and our living selves. Even myself, I am not immune to that. I do not get to think I'm above that. The Lord of Blades' continuing thirst for this vengeance and destruction. He is choosing a very dark path to walk. And you're right, I can be a dispassionate warrior making the choices that I feel will bring us victory, even if that means making hard sacrifices. I do not wish to, but if they have to be made, I will make them and put myself in the front. But for someone to dispassionately just treat other people as objects or resources, or to be used and cast aside when they're broken or no longer useful, that is terrible in its own right. And another reason why that being should not be allowed to spread their evil across this land.
I had a feeling you'd say something like that, but I didn't want to assume. You need to make sure that whatever happens, that you all stick together. You're going to need that going forward.
And what will you be doing, Ilar Brazil? Will you be standing by our side? I hope that you will be. We will need all the allies we can get, and I think you know that, which is why you are here.
Yes. I suppose I'm just looking at the end of the train track here, Ilarion. But as long as the train's going, I'll be with you.
Putting salvation back on the track, reestablishing communication and life with the other cities is only a good thing for salvation and the region. I don't know who decided to make it work again, but I am pleased they did. Salvation itself can be a beacon in these dark times, a beacon in the gray. Of course, that beacon will attract all sorts of people. And we will do what we can. We will do what we must to try to ensure that salvation is that bright beacon and not turn to something else. But I'm glad that you are with us.
And he looks over you and sort of half smiles for the first time since this conversation started and says, "The same. I'm glad that you all are here. You're the best hope Corvair has. Maybe the best hope all of Eberron has. It's one reason why, as dangerous as it is to have the Oracle with us, it'd be a hell of a lot more dangerous anywhere and with anyone else. So, together." And he kind of puts out a forearm.
Yeah, and they'll grasp it firmly. And, yeah, together.
As the train pulls in,
to the station, and let me move everybody up to right here, which is roughly where Salvation can be found, right next to the gray. When the train pulls up, and this one comes to you actually, Tanton. You have been given a note about a person that you need to meet, and this is in regards to the Maker's Mark, which I believe I don't know if everybody had that or just Tanton. Actually, I think it might have been just Tanton.
I have it marked down too for some reason.
Then maybe
I'm not sure if
it might have been the whole party then, but Tanton is the one who heard about it first anyway, and then could communicate it to the rest of the party. That you've been asked to meet someone who has some information about this. And of course, also riding with you, I should have mentioned as well, I talked about this last time, is also Sky Blue. So the logical place to go, I'm not trying to make you all go there, but the logical place to go is the tavern, you know, the place where you have your room, because a lot of this happens in the same exact spot. So, you know, unless you have a place you want to go first, Hilar is going to go down to sort of check on his place, where Tanton spent a lot of that last fight actually hanging out. But he's going to check that out and he will bring Sky Blue with him and the Oracle. So basically returning to that spot, because that's where like it was being kept before. While, if you all are willing, the four of you would head up to the tavern, basically the inn, which I suddenly have completely forgotten the name of.
Well, it's been a while.
Yeah. Is it that? I don't know. I will track it down. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about.
Insert name here.
Yes, I will come back to that when I can remember what the name of the inn is. Okay. And as you arrive, I want to note that as you arrive, or the Gray Beyond, that's what it is. I was like, in my mind, I'm like, what the Gray Beyond? That as you are arriving to the Gray Beyond Tavern, as you're heading in there, the thing which stands up right above Salvation. First of all, Salvation itself has been, as you can see, heavily damaged, but also look as if it's been given some fairly substantial and quick repair. Quick repair which would under no circumstances have been able to have been done by the people of Salvation by themselves. But now you understand why, because hanging above, moored to the west of the outpost, and hanging up in the sky is the massive floating fortress of Argonth, which I previously mentioned. And you can actually see that there is a huge makeshift market, that does sound very much like Salvation, which has sprung up in the shadow of this thing. And so there are a bunch of soldiers and apparently salvagers that are rubbing shoulders and gathering supplies and swapping stories and that sort of thing. And so Salvation is actually very, very bustling. So now it actually makes sense. This is not a sleepy frontier town right now. This is a busy place, and this looks like a staging ground for war. There's a lot of military folks running around, and a lot of stuff Merime in particular I think would recognize as being military grade housing. Like, they basically built a bunch of stuff, and no one is better than the Braelish military at getting stuff done fast when they feel like throwing some coin at it. The problem is getting them to throw coin at anything, but when they do, boy, they wake up and do that. So as you head to the Gray Beyond Tavern, just before you enter the tavern, two things meet your notice. The first is that the outside of the tavern, where there's a salvage board, where there are tasks, you might remember that you did this very early on to start gathering, it is bare, which is unusual. Normally there's always something on there, but there's nothing on the salvage board right now. The other thing is that inside the tavern, there is what sounds like a very loud argument. And you can hear that, you don't know what I'll tell you about. There is a big argument going on inside the tavern.
Oh.
Nice.
Still interesting, isn't it?
Teresa.
Just before we step in, the people around that we walk through, I just want to make sure this feels like a free town still, or Do I feel like the military has taken over?
No,
and is like...
it doesn't feel like that, but it does feel very much like the. Well, you'll appreciate this having had this experience, Jen. But West Point, New York, is a place where you've got lots and lots of people sort of hanging out with military folks. You don't get the feeling that it's under occupation, but you do feel a kind of energy about the town that wasn't there before, that is not just about salvaging, but about preparation. This looks like a staging area, but you don't get the feeling it's being oppressed, no.
That was the thing. I was just like, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, no, you don't get that
sense.
sense.
Sure that these guys just didn't come in and take over.
No, you don't get that feeling. Although there are a lot of soldiers, but no, you don't get that sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody in black armor walking around saying, it would be a shame if I had to leave a garrison here.
Yeah, exactly. I'm altering the deal. God damn it.
Alarian will step up to the door and open it and kind of stand silhouetted in the doorway for a second. All 7'6" of them.
Right. With the all of you behind that epic
I pull
moment.
Out my lute.
A tumbleweed blows over your shoulder somehow.
Ouch.
Damn it. Okay, so inside, first of all, you see that there are a lot of people inside the tavern, but most of them seem to be gathered in a circle around a cleared out area. There's a table in the middle of it, and at the table are standing, not sitting, their chairs have been thrown back behind them, and there are a bunch of scattered playing cards on the table. And one person who is a very large, if you had to guess, possibly maybe a half orc or orc, is staring balefully across the table at another figure. And chat, speaking of that other figure, I would like to bring a certain individual into the mix. I wonder who this could be. Let me see if I can maybe adjust this. Do not adjust your television sets. No, it's not that person. That's Trent. You've already seen Trent. Trent is great.
We know
Trent's
Trent.
great too. Trent's great too.
Wow.
There's
yes.
two
Oh,
Trents
who
now.
do I see here? I would like you, sir.
And we can't hear you,
please,
by the
to
way.
me. Oh no, I can hear him.
Can you hear him?
I'm right here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I can see your mouth moving, but I didn't hear anything coming out of it.
I would like you, please, to describe what it is that these, and I will introduce you in a moment, but describe what these folks see as they are looking at these two people. I mentioned there was an orc who is looking balefully at you across a table with scattered cards on the ground, and you're surrounded by a bunch of people, and the orc is staring at you. So I wondered if you could describe what they see.
So, what they see is a human masculine figure of average height, rather slim and unimposing, in a neat pressed maroon shirt and black trousers, and a black glove on his right hand, who is very obviously kind of very obviously afraid in this situation that something might happen, but is also very obviously covering up what should be nervousness by smiling very largely at this orc, as he points at the table and goes, "Everything that just happened was absolutely fair. You have no reason to be upset right now, friend."
Explain to me then why you got 5 aces down there when there's only 4 in the deck.
You see 5 aces, I see, and I pass my hand over all of the cards on the table as if to obviously obscure one of an ace of hearts that is not supposed to be there, and it suddenly turns into a 3 of clubs. He's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Look at the thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you need your eyes checked?
Yeah. So people in the circle are like, oh, everyone's talking to each other. He's like, oh, what? You.
I ought
Me?
to have known. Yeah, you did that somehow. That was an ace right there. You all saw it. And some people are like, yes. Some people like, no. Some people you think vaguely, Nisiana, you might hear some people mentioning like, I'm going to put 30 on the orc. Like just doing some quiet, like, local betting like in the tavern. So, and the orc's like sort of points at you. He's like, you've been heard before to do something like this. I should have known you were going to face it down the line. And sort of like stares at you and says, you're not any good, Rowan. We all know you ain't.
And
That's fair. I can see why people might come to that conclusion, but I assure you, everything here is so above board that we are literally levitating at this point. I have done no wrong.
Tangent kind of looks over at Ilarion.
I was about to say, Tangent, what's your reaction to this?
Well, I mean, aside from looking at Ilarion when everyone mentions the thing, Tangent kind of, upon hearing the voice, is like, and he kind of looks a little bit closer at this guy, and it's like, no. And then when he hears the name, he's like, it is him!
Is that good or bad?
Rowan!
Yeah, Larry will look at him and like,
Wait,
do you say that aloud?
So
good, bad?
yeah, do you say that aloud?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so when you say that, like, so there's a moment where it just pauses, and then the orc and like half the people in the tavern just like swivel to face you. Like, I don't know whether Rowan does, but like, I feel like.
I do. Like, I imagine that there is this very brief beat where no one is saying anything. And I actually, like, put up my hand up and wave to Tantin and go, Tantin, I haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, it's been a little bit of time, yes. How are you?
I'm good, as you can see. No problems here, obviously. And I turn back to the orc.
The orc, so the orc sort of stares and is like, you know this filth? Are you responsible for him then?
Of course I don't know him. I just picked the name out of the air. What the hell do you think? Of course I know him.
Well, are you responsible for him then? And then you're going to tell him to stop cheating me. That's what he did?
Hello, I'm Tangent. You may have heard him say my name. My name is Tangent. I just walked in the door. And so I really have no idea what's going on. I've had dealings with this individual before, but just as far as being a cheat, I mean, given the evidence on the table, clearly you may be mistaken.
And the orc, you can hear the like the knuckles crack as the orc is like, look, I don't know who Tanton is, but this one here's built a reputation for cheating people and pretending he ain't, and then standing there with a big smile. And now I'm going to teach him what it means to cheat me. So if you don't want to be part of that mix, then you might want to stand off. Now, he says this, and then you hear a few people start whispering, did you see the other people? I would put 40 on the part. They walked in. I've seen them before. Those are the heroes of salvation.
They're not going to break all the chairs that I fixed, are they?
They might.
Yeah, and the chair's behind them. So you can hear there's now a whispering as some people are starting to recognize the four of you, like Salvation residents. And there's also a few soldiers in here you notice as well, Brailish soldiers, who are just sort of smiling and like have their arms folded and sitting against the wall. So clearly this is not their problem, right? And so they're just sort of like staring at you, and the orc is like staring at you, Tanton, and back at you, Rowan. And by the way, he has a massive mallet at his belt, and it looks like half of the mallet is like stove in places, and you think there's matted hair and stuff where it may have, done some business in the previous times.
So I want to do two things very quickly.
Yeah.
One is, I'm going to gesture back at the orc and say, I'd just like to correct you. My reputation is not for subterfuge in any way, but I will admit to loving a game of cards with obvious drunks who often see double, and I think that you're having that issue at the moment. So perhaps lay off the dark rum and just admit defeat. And while that's happening, I'm reaching into my back pocket, and I take out 2 separate fistfuls of 5 silver pieces each. And I gesture to someone just to the left and behind me and go, 5 on the crew that just walked in, and 5 on the orc.
Nice.
So there's kind of this like,
this pause, and everyone kind of looks around, and the orc is like, ugh. And so the orc kind of, now, what do Merime, Alarian, and Nisiana do? Because Tantan has already explained what he's doing. Like, as the orc is, like, clearly pissed off. I mean, Tantan, you can tell me too, but you've already explained what you're doing, so I'm curious what Merime, and Alarian, and Nisiana are doing in the immediate, like, what has just happened.
The orc, since Tantan has said he knows this person, if the orc does make an aggressive move against Rowan, Valerian will move to intercept him.
Okay. Are you going to do that ahead of time now, or are you just waiting?
I'm waiting because he hasn't actually made the move yet. If he like drops his handle, if he drops his
hand is on the handle. He has not pulled it yet.
Exactly. Okay. When he starts to pull, that's when I will move.
Okay. Merime and Nisiana, what about the two of you?
Well, we're gossiping telepathically. About...
I think the last thing I'm going to say is, if you don't want me to have to fix a whole bunch of chairs, go talk him down. I say to my sister.
I was gonna watch, but okay, no, that's a good point. So I'll ping Tantan and I'll be like, do you want me to help at all, or just kind of stand back here? I don't know these people.
And Tantan responds, honestly, I don't know. I think this is wonderful. Let's see.
Nisiana doesn't want to have to fix
a bar fight.
Nisiana doesn't want to have to fix chairs again.
I'll help her. It's fine.
Or people, I say aloud.
So everyone is like, what?
Or people, what?
Just randomly comes out.
I will step forward and I will cross my arms and I'm like, I do not want to start back in Salvation fixing everybody again.
All right.
Stop my foot.
I know who you are, Rowan, but your apparent reputation is known by the... Who are you? Speaking to the orc.
And the orc says, me? Well,
yes.
It's about time someone wanted to know my name. My name's Snug. And he sort of glares at everybody.
Very good name.
Larry kind of gives you
I thought it was funny too.
It's so cute.
And he says, look, if someone wants to pay me this one's debts, maybe we all walk out of here and there's no problems. Otherwise, I go after him, and whoever I take out on the way ain't my problem, is his.
Another point of correction, for me to have debts, I'd have to lose.
You did lose, you cheat! And he points down at the clearly three of clubs, and then he's like, when that was an ace.
When?
As in...
That was an ace.
Not?
I want to do an Arcana check on the area.
Okay, sure.
Using my Arcane Insight.
But
Okay.
we've only been gone 5 weeks and...
This is exactly what I expected to happen.
Welcome to Salvation.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
There we go.
5 weeks is actually a lot of time for a place to go to hell.
Yeah, that's true.
That just got on the train line? Oh, yeah. This is a boom town now. 23.
Yeah, there is unquestionably the feeling of some magic resonating, although it's a little hard to kind of determine like where it might be coming from. There are probably multiple people even in this room that have some magic ability, probably, Alarian. So
I was actually looking at the cards too, to be quite honest. See if there's any residue
that looks like you don't know that there are residue. No, you don't think that there may be residue there, although it's a little bit hard to determine. But you don't think so. You don't think that there's stuff on the cards necessarily.
Okay.
I'll step up. After he said, oh, it's about time somebody asked, and I'll be like, Snug, I have heard your name, but I can't quite place it, kind of making my loot kind of obvious. I can't quite place it. Tell me of your stories.
He says, you gonna pay me first?
Pay you in a drink.
And he
pay you in song.
What does he owe? What do you think you're owed?
The bet was 5 silver. The 5 silver he just bet on the two of us, your group and me.
Oh, hell. Literally will toss him a gold there.
And so he kind of catches it. And so there's a kind of like, whistling in the crowd and people just being like, oh. And he sort of looks over at Rowan and narrows his eyes and he looks back at all of you and he says to you, Merime, he says, remember when you write a song, it goes like this, miss.
Snug gets the gold he deserves.
Oh.
And cheats. And he looks over at Rowan. Get paid back eventually. And then he kind of pushes his way through the crowd. And then
as he goes,
yeah,
Illyrian looks at Mermaid. He's like, "Is that good? It didn't rhyme."
No, that's terrible. I'm not using it.
Did you say that openly just because I was?
Absolutely. Yes,
did you?
he said that out loud.
His head kind of like his head
very
kind of
much
like
so.
his head kind of snaps around back to I would think Marame first actually. Do you do anything, Marame? He's just like
I think this is hilarious. So I just kind of give him I'm sorry, it doesn't rhyme, but it rhymes with hug. I'll work with it.
And then
Illyrian will just stare at them.
And he sort of like looks you up and down, and then grumbling walks out. And there's a moment's pause, and then the tavern is just like, right, well, and everyone goes back to like their thing where like some bets pays hands, and Rowan, you are left in the circle, which is beginning to dissipate now, or inside this circle, facing the members of the King's Citadel. And I'm going to take a minute to allow us to introduce our fifth player who has re-entered the grips. It is the incredible Brandon O'Brien, who should be familiar to many people on this channel as the host and designer of the GM and designer of Soundclash, and also the GM of the incredible Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire, and also on Court of Blades, and also now the designer of the Greyshade TTRPG, and you should be checking that out because it's going to be awesome, and an incredible poet and writer and amazing many other things, including a streamer. And I'm sorry it took us a little longer, but you can blame your wonderful role-playing compatriots, Brandon, for that, because they were all doing cool role-play stuff.
Yes.
So
everyone was doing cool things, so I do not judge them.
So welcome, Brandon. Yeah, welcome. How do you feel about this? And can you tell folks, obviously, just a little about the externals of your character? Then, obviously, we will explain. We're going to take a little break after that, and then we'll explain, all of the bits and bobs of the characters getting to know each other. But what do you want to externally explain about your character, etc., I guess?
So what I will say so far, because there are some things that you have not noticed yet, and you will notice them soon when I actually bring them up, which will be very, very soon because Tanton is here now.
Yes.
But my character, Rowan Shallow, looks pretty much like what Sammy Davis Jr. looked like when he was 30.
Yeah, let's go. Love it.
A very well-dressed scoundrel who you're going to learn a lot of very unpleasant things about in the coming sessions. And I'm very excited for you to learn those things.
Very, very cool. Okay. And yes, Rowan Shallow. By the way, can you SHALLOW? It is that or E?
LOWE.
SHALLOWE.
OWE, right? Okay, I want to make sure I got
there
that
we
too.
go. Yep.
So it's going to be very, very awesome. I'm excited. Wait, what joke? What happened? What was there? Someone whose name rhymes with Bland and O'Blind. Yes. My tendency to make everything with a B. Yes, indeed. Fair enough, Emily. So good stuff. So yes, Brandon is joining us, and you are going to hear more about how Rowan is going to integrate with the group afterwards. And even though I hate to introduce and run, we should take a little bit of a break because we've been going for a while here. So it's 9:59, just about 10. We're going to take about a 5-minute break, if that's okay. We'll be back at 10:05, and then we are going to talk more about Rowan and the members of the King's Citadel and how exactly this group is going to get together. If you like what you see in here, we've had good turnout tonight. Please make sure to follow the channel. Please sub to the Patreon. That allows us to do things like get a lot of the music, some of the music you hear, a lot of the overlays, a lot of the stuff that we've put in here is brought to us thanks to that. And also spread the word about the show, because we finished off season 2 with a bang, and I hope that we have opened up season 3 of Eberron Oracle of War with a bang as well. So we'll be back to you folks in just about 5 minutes. In the meantime, please hang tight. We'll be right back.
All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. And I realize that I have to also fix my cams overlay, so let me just do that very quickly so that I can make sure that we actually see you folks. Since there's going to be a little bit of talking to each other, I believe. I believe there's going to be some discussion happening. Yes, as we welcome, and in case you were all wondering, you're like, I wonder why there's that, fifth extra window. Now you know why that window has been there. I've been wanting to get a fifth player back into the mix for a while. And in season 2, we had a 4-person group, which of course did extremely well, great chemistry with each other. But now we have a 5th person who is back in the mix with Brandon. So, all right, Brandon is going to get the middle center of the ziggurat as we put this here. And while I put this together, I will bring us back to the present. And thank you also, chat, for all the kind words during the break. I know a lot of the players read them, and I certainly read them, and I very much appreciate the kind words because, you folks are, there's certainly the possibility we might play with each other if nobody watched us just because we have fun playing, but I think it adds another dimension to have chat and viewers be invested in it and be able to get joy and excitement and kind of, pump us up and also inspire the players at important mechanical moments.
Yeah.
So there's all that. So we love you all and thank you all for being a part of this too.
Craig, fix me.
I know. I'm getting there. Marie. I'm getting there. I wasn't. I know. You were next.
So demanding.
Listen, you have to blame. It's all Brandon's fault. If Brandon hadn't come in, it wouldn't have messed up that window.
If I didn't come here, everything would have been fine.
I'm not blaming Brandon. I'm blaming John.
Or it was when you switched off your camera to go to the break. That's when you guys switched places. So it's your fault. That
it's my fault. Well, no. She was still half a person until right now. Yes. Emily booing me. Yes, I know. Okay.
Boo this man.
Boo this man. Okay.
So Brandon's going to do an actual full out of character introduction of his character, or are we just?
No, I think you can. No, I think because now that you're in the tavern by yourselves, I think you folks can. This is a good moment for you all to chat a little bit with each other. I think about things. So feel free to do that whilst I get Rowan's name up. Now that everyone is on screen.
Mm-hmm.
So I lean to Mia Tantan and I'm like, you have some interesting friends.
Well, yes, you are all very nice people.
I mean, him.
Oh!
You should introduce us.
I'm not sure I'd say we were friends, per se, really.
No?
While Tantan is hesitating, I walk up to Tantan and I give you a very big hug.
And, I mean, we know each other. And he kind of, does like the half a pat on the shoulder.
He seems to know you very well.
Well, in some
Indeed.
ways, in some ways, some could say that he's responsible for my being here.
Well, that has to be explained.
And I've heard that you being here has accomplished quite a bit of good and rabble-rousing in your travels, and I'd like to hear a lot more about that, if you want to tell that story, of course.
I suspect I would leave most of that to our bard. She's much better at it than I am.
She has songs.
Yes.
They rhyme.
Quick note to thank Dragon Spear for gifting a sub to John, to Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you, Dragon Spear. Sorry.
Woohoo!
On you go.
So then I turn to Merime, and I bow very courteously, and extend my hand and say, I'm Rowan Shallow. What's your name?
Mirimi Hawksmore. Pleasure to meet you. I return the handshake warmly. I think this is all very fun.
Well. So I've heard that you and Tantan and all of your friends have been doing all kinds of daring work in the last couple of months, and I'd like to hear all about it. Tantan didn't used to be quite as adventurous when I knew him, but knowing that he's changing the world inspires me greatly, to be perfectly honest.
Well, let me introduce you to the rest of our companions then. This is my sister, and I turn to Nisiana and Nisiana Jarasco. And this is Alarian. And And why don't we join you at the table then, since you're an old acquaintance?
Yes, please. And surely we can get drinks for all of us as well. And I signal the barkeep without even looking in that direction as we move towards the table.
The barkeeper looks by the way relieved that
no damage has been done.
exactly no permanent damage comes over and smiling deposits something. Now this actually the innkeeper is not familiar to you. This doesn't look like the same person as the ones that you folks knew before, but you did know that the innkeeper had been pretty badly injured during the attack of the 5 on Salvation. You may remember that there was actually an attack directly on the Grey Beyond that happened, and so it could be that this is possibly a replacement. Looks like a human, dark hair and eye patch.
I will inquire as to the previous person whose name Jen has forgotten, but I'm sure Nisiana hasn't.
It was a bad business all around. In the end, it was, well, there wasn't a whole lot that could be done for the poor sod, I'm afraid. I'm his cousin, Cartier, and, well, he didn't really have no family to speak of, and so he left this to me. And, well, business has never been better. Wish it didn't come in time to help him, though.
We did what we could while we were here last.
And he nods. He says, "Oh, I know. Well, a lot of us know around here. You were the ones that actually survived and kept Salvation going long enough for it to be, well, what it is now. Now it's a military camp, practically."
Is that a bad thing?
Well, not precisely. I mean, there's the war that everyone's raving about that could happen, but, I mean, when you wake up every day looking out at that, and immediately, he jerks his head towards the window, and all of you immediately know that he must be referring to the Grey. Well, it's not easy to get too worked up about yet another war. I mean, if there's a last war, there's got to be a next one, right? So, I think we all feel good that at least we got some people around here paying attention. And with that ship up there, well, I can't imagine anyone's going to attack Salvation yet anyway. This will be the last place the hammer falls, it seems to me. Except maybe some of those lords and ladies down in Sharn. But up this way, feel a lot better having that thing near us and these soldiers about. Soldiers, by the way, you notice have now departed, have now left the tavern. Also, hi, Shouted Mage, and thank you for the cheer. And thank you as well, Shouted, for the overlays that we are using as we speak. I was like, at one point I was like, yeah, hey, Shouted, I think we're going to need, another window, a fifth window, because Brandon's going to be joining us and all. And he's like, don't you already have 5 windows in there? And I'm like, yes, I do. And thank you for letting me know. And I can count, and math exists. So thanks.
This is why I teach literature.
This is why I am not a math major.
No, sometimes we all have moments of forgetting what's in front of our face.
Well, because I always have something in the window. So I was like,
for a season, something was there.
Yeah,
so you forgot that it was a window.
Now it's a real life person again, and I'm just like, so
yeah.
I hope you're feeling better, Shadow.
All right, we'll get around for the table, and then Ilarion will kind of regard Rowan, I mean, as dispassionately as they regard anybody. So there is that, because there's no real expression on their face. And they say, so, how exactly do you two know each other, glancing between Mia Tanton and Rowan?
Would you like to take that, friend, or shall I?
Go ahead.
Well, this should be good. I want to hear, definitely, Rowan, I want to hear your version first.
I mean, my version, sure flowers your friend with a great deal more praise than he thinks he deserves, but regardless. And while I'm talking, I unbutton the cuff of my shirt at the right sleeve and start rolling it up and you notice that it is not a human arm in this sleeve.
Okay.
It is actually fully metal, like brass with like freckles of silver inlay in it. And I roll all the way up to the elbow where you can see that it is in fact joined to human flesh. And I say, once upon a time, when I was at my lowest point, I got seriously injured. A totally long and separate story that does not include my savior over here, who stopped the bleeding and gave me something that I could put to use. And if it weren't for it, I wouldn't be able to go back to work or continue being the joyful person that you see here today, for which I'm very grateful. Unfortunately, sometime immediately after that, we hadn't spoken again for quite some time. But I'm actually very glad that I get to see you today, Tantin, because I was actually going to ask a question about this arm whenever you're free. But until then, we can obviously just share a drink and you can regale me with stories of your travels to Sharn.
So you just came upon a person who was injured and you gave them a metal arm?
Well, it's a little bit more complex than that. I told you all that I was apprenticed to another artificer in Sharn, and when he would either go away for lunch or for extended trips, and I would run the shop while he was gone, that I would occasionally swap out the sign out front to make it seem as though it were my shop instead of his. And it was during one of these times that Rowan came to the shop, and I was able to build him a prosthetic that would allow him to continue his work. He commissioned it, and then came back sometime later after the arm had been completed. But unfortunately, I was off running errands for my master, and when Rowan came in to get his commission, my master had no idea who he was or what he was talking about, and subsequently found out that I was doing what I was doing, which is what led to...
Rowan got you in trouble?
But no.
It seems through no fault of his own.
He came back to pick up the thing that he had commissioned. It wasn't his fault I wasn't in the shop at the time. But ultimately, that is what led to me being here.
Oh, that was good fortune for us then.
I will confess, though, that if you had let me know that it was a scheme, I would have come at a different time. I mean, I couldn't have avoided the first time because I was actively bleeding after having lost a large part of me and needed someone to stop that bleeding very quickly. But after that, I would have come later at night or something if you had let me know.
Well, I known.
It was kind of a scheme.
A little bit of a scheme.
Rowan, what do you do when people aren't helping you or threatening you? I'm just
making
curious.
sure that people help me or don't threaten me, I guess. I'm in between jobs at the moment. I'm a bit of a freelancer. If you need anyone good at some mild physical stagecraft, things like that, I'm typically very good for those things. But I've also recently discovered, again because of your good friend Mia Tanton, that I am mildly magically gifted, but that's kind of volatile at the moment, which is the reason why I need to speak to you whenever you have a free moment. But yes, at the moment, I'm a free agent if there's anything that you need. in particular, if you're looking for a guide around the new and antonym for improved salvation, I'm more than happy to guide you around the parts of this place that haven't been rotted by sailors' caps. Suffice it to say, I'm not as kind to these foreign soldiers as many of the other locals seem to be. We used to be a free country before you all left, sadly, and at this point, salvation seems like it's being bought and sold, and rather swiftly. But I can show you the places that are still mostly kind.
Where did you come from before you arrived here?
I mean, I've been here for a while. Mostly wandering the edges of some other places before I decided to settle here. Here seemed good for business. For my business, at least. So I stuck around a bit. And I've been mostly thriving here for quite some time.
Certain orc encounters aside.
Snug is snug in more senses of the word than just the one. He puts on airs of being a threat, but he's quite timid in the real world, or else he wouldn't continue playing with me. He's just a spoiled sport, to be honest.
Indeed.
Tenton pings me telepathically.
If he's to join us, we need to discuss this with our employer first, because we're not supposed to tell anyone who we are.
Well, we are not. Can we trust him?
Is this quietly between you, or is this between all of us?
Telepathically.
Telepathically. I think I'd link everyone in, because I think...
Like, if he actually has skills, he might actually have some skills we need, but so far, trial basis, if anything, but I don't know.
If he's to join us, that means he needs to know about the King's Citadel. And we should probably
he could be
discuss
like
it.
the Vision in Purple. He could already know.
It's Hilar's job to hire people for our group. So if Hilar decides to invite him, but in the meantime we are not sharing anything with him. I don't think.
I want
a bunch of looks between each other.
Tanton is slowly sipping this whole time.
like I let this happen for several beats, and then I want to know if I sense that I am not being trusted in this moment.
How about an insight check for me, Rowan?
Okay, so this is where a totally hilarious thing happens that I only just realized when I decided I want to make this roll, Greg.
Okay.
1, I don't know where the roll 20 is, and 2, I don't have a link in it.
That's right. I gotta give you the link. Hold on. That would be important, wouldn't it?
We are off to a rollicking start.
So tonight in particular, I'll be doing a lot of math, and then I will have a sheet in roll 20.
There you go. I totally forgot about that. We were so busy making sure we figured out how to connect narratively. I didn't think about the roll 20. There's the link. There's the link.
Those minor details, you know?
Yeah. Listen,
So,
There he is.
all right, my insight. Luckily, my insight doesn't have any modifiers whatsoever, so I'll just roll a blank d20.
Thinking about it.
You're like, they're just kind of like, so there's this montage moment, right, where everyone's just like looking like just eyes, right? And Rowan, you're just kind of like, like everything, all right, they
seem like good people.
They're shaking me, figuring me out, it's all good. You don't get the sense that they are You don't necessarily get the sense that they are not trusting you. Thank you for gifting a tier 2 sub to Jagdras. Wow, Shadowed Mage. Thank you. Also, hi, Jagdras.
Jagdras, hi.
So yeah,
everybody imagine that actually 3 of them have the longest drinks of their lives as all going forward. And of course, Alarian's just sitting there, totally blank mental face.
Yeah, just the typical, yeah.
Can't read these guys. So, yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Which is good for me. It means that I think that everything that I'm saying is still working. Good.
All working perfectly.
So why'd you come to Salvation?
I mean, I needed to come somewhere. Either that or continue walking the edge of the Moonland, obviously. Having a place to settle down. For a long time, I had nowhere to go and no one to be with. So I just...
You?
Oh yeah, lots of things tried to eat me. As you can see, they didn't succeed. A lot of that is due to running or nearly drowning. Mostly running. But yeah, and then I found this place, and a couple wooden shacks in the middle of the desert was as good as anything else. So I took it. And I settled here.
Can I insight check that story?
Sure you can. Why not?
Not that I don't, just getting a vibe.
Not that you don't trust everything that's happened here, sure.
Those two statements are a little bit in conflict.
I was going to say,
right?
Can I insight check that to confirm my own paranoia as being
him.
Paranoia only and not...
I'm kind of like watching him. I get advantage on these, just as I remember, which is great because I rolled shit on both.
Sounds about, sounds like a colorful
great.
Story, but, probably...
I can back that. Colorful story.
Yeah,
Gotta add some jazz. Yeah, I'm totally on board.
So who's the current sheriff? I ask.
So this is information that I should know.
The current sheriff is the person that you folks originally put into... which was Whist. Whist is the sheriff.
They're on my list to go see later.
And Whist is a shifter, Brandon, in case you're curious. A shifter who was working for the Warforged known as Sheriff before Sheriff died during the attack on Salvation, which probably...
Before Sheriff was assassinated.
Oh, that's right. Was assassinated. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Killed.
In preparation for all of this. So there was that. Which I don't know if we had discussed if you had arrived here pre-attack, Rowan, or whether you had arrived. I don't remember if we had said it that way or if you had arrived shortly thereafter.
I arrived shortly around that same time.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. So, yep. So yeah, Whist.
Yeah, Whist is still about. Not being particularly useful as always.
Oh, I'm sure he'd love to hear that.
I'm sure he would, which is why I'd like to ask you very nicely to ensure that he does not. But yes, do you have business with him?
I look at Alarian.
We know of him. Yes.
Fair enough.
And is the church still going? Is everything? Mother Janana Teleskindros is still
yeah, from the
operating?
Chalice, then you know that Rowan from the Silver Flame, yes, is still doing that. And you may even have had a couple of run-ins with her in the sense of her trying to be like, hey, you should, come to, and you're like, yeah, I'll get right on that. I'll go right over to the Silver Flame and I'll be right there soon.
Help you fix that wall.
Yeah, I'll get... Right. The wall, by the way, you do know, because you can see it from the outside, that the wall has been fixed, Rowan, as have many of the things here through military, repair. Like, basically, they brought a bunch of supplies and fixed a bunch of things up for use, not by necessarily the residents, although they do get some use, but also by the soldiers.
I actually point at the new wall and go, yeah, they've been under renovation for quite some time. Turns out the Silver Flame needs some black boots rather than their god, just the same.
Yeah, the town got hit real bad. Lots of damage, sadly. Oh.
This is true, but I don't know how I feel about resorting to this as the solution. Salvation has looked worse.
Well, why do you oppose the Braylon army so much? Or sorry, it is the Braylon army, right?
It's the Braylon worship.
It is a Braylon army.
Fortress.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Why do you oppose the Braylon army so much?
I'd imagine it's a very common sense reason. When you put a gun in a mantelpiece, someone will at some point pick it up and fire it. And I'd like very much for that gun to not be in Salvation. The only thing that you put soldiers in a place for is to prepare for starting war or preparing for responding to one, which means that at some point we're either going to take a war somewhere else or someone's going to take a war to us. And as you can see, there's not a lot to defend, and not a lot to defend the little bit with. So perhaps we mightn't. Everyone else thinks that having that floating rock over there is going to make us feel safer. I think it's a large, hovering target, but I'm just one fella.
Brandon, out of sight conversation. Is Rowan? Does he carry any visible weapons?
Visible weapons? No.
Okay. All right. I'm just curious.
We are certainly familiar with being traveling targets.
Fair enough. But that's because you've been doing good in the world, not because you're just a giant gun. If that makes sense.
It does. It does.
This is Spanner, by the way. He points down to his steel defender who's just sitting next to him, just staring straight ahead.
He's basically a Doberman dog with a giant bow.
Kind of a Rottweiler.
Oh, Rottweiler.
He's much broader than a Doberman.
But he's got a giant bow on his neck. That matches, I don't know, probably my ribbons at this point.
I like to ribbon out people. It's good.
It's a very nice bow. I like it a lot.
I'll look significantly at Tenton.
Thank you.
And I pet Spanner with my metal arm.
Scream!
Exactly.
Oh.
Clang, 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 clang.
Is it a metal arm or does it have a glove over it still?
Well, it does have a glove over it, so it's not scraping as much, but it is very much thudding very solidly.
Tud, tud, tud. Good boy.
That's what he did was he rolled up his sleeve. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, again, if you would like my assistance with any business that you have in the grand opening of this new Salvation, feel free to let me know. And of course, if we're free to continue enjoying each other's company, I still want to hear everything, all of the wonderful things that you've been up to. But again, Tanton, whenever you're free, I'd like to chat.
The link's still up, right, Marie?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
like a little buzzing.
Yep. Larian says, actually, Tanton, why don't you assist your friend with his arm right now? And
Friend thing.
Brand and Maramé and Nishan and I will go visit Hilar and inform him of this development and see what he wishes to do about it.
As we split the party, drink.
Yeah.
I'm just having coke.
I just
Of course, I can absolutely help you with that. Not a problem.
Nice.
Unless you want me to put a big gun in it, then...
Curious. Let's talk. And I'm going to direct you, like, further into the inn. I assume that I have a room somewhere here. Have a room. I'm not paying for it. It's just where I regularly settle.
We'll let those two. And Ilarion looks at them and was like, "We'll let you two go tinker The three of us have some errands to run.
Probably a bit of maintenance to do on it anyway. I haven't seen him in a while.
It's
Exactly.
been weeks.
So Tantan and Rowan are heading to the back of the inn, as I understand it. Larry and Nisiana Merime are heading out of the inn.
Yeah. On the way out, I stopped to see the barkeep.
Yep. Cartier.
Cartier. Yes, thank you. The gentleman, not the new arrival, the other one. The card player.
He nods. Rowan.
Has he been staying here?
Oh, he's been staying here, and he's been keeping up with his bills, although I don't entirely know how. He rented out a room a couple of weeks ago, and every so often, I figure he's not going to be able to pay things. He barely can afford to do anything. Then he shows up with a fistful of silver, drops a few coins on the counter, he's gone again. I don't exactly know what he's been doing, but around here, you don't ask questions so long as the silver is good, and it has been.
As long as he's not in arrears.
No.
All right.
I should say, though, and he kind of leans in closer, he says, well, there's some that don't entirely, I say, trust the fellow. I mean, exactly. You know, you could see that Snug, well, he's kind of a blowhard, but, well, there's others who feel like there's something that's a little too slick about him, about Rowan, you know? There's like something he's got up his sleeve, you might say.
Besides the arm.
Oh, yeah. He seems to have completely not even thought about that as like, oh, yes.
I understand. Thank you for your information.
He nods, and as the three of you, as you sort of turn, you hear a outside, get out of the way! Get out of the... And then there's this smashing sound as of something having impacted something hard outside the tavern. And Cartier, you notice, just kind of rolls his eyes and goes back to polishing a mug in the classic behavior of all bartenders.
A wooden mug.
A wooden mug, always. It's polished, very smooth, polished wood.
I'll flip him my gold for the drinks and then head to the door.
Okay, and Nisiana Merime, you're going along with
I'm
him?
probably actually leading because I now think somebody just,
I will let her take the lead.
Following Nisiana.
Outside, you see something very odd, Nisiana, and then Merime and Ilarion. In the street, on the ground, is what looks like the wreckage of... The way that the description would best be described is, it's like you're looking at a bicycle, except that the wheels are not tires, but feet, like spokes of wooden feet. And it is cracked in half and lying on the ground, and crawling out of the wreckage groggily is a brown-haired, brown-bearded dwarf who's kind of pulling himself out. Help! Oh, damn it.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Well, I'm fine. This is, he turns around. Well, all the hells take it, bloody scumbag. And he starts, like, firing out some, salty language, quite a bit of it, as he looks at the wreck of his thing, and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry." And he sort of realizes that you're, and you can tell Nisiana that he seems to be fine, maybe a little bit shaken up, but he doesn't seem to be harmed. And he says, "Oh, sorry, I just got done building this thing. I came actually looking for some people in there. Are you Nisiana? Is that you?"
Yes, I am.
And then you would be, and he points behind at you, Merime. You would be Merime, and I was told that there'd be a big, tall one with arm. Oh, Ilarion. He points
Spanner, right? Yeah.
Clearly the metal dog. No, points to Ilarion. He says,
Oh, you didn't send Spanner with me, did you?
No.
There was another one too. It was someone with Tantin, and he had a metal dog with him, but I don't see him. Anyway, those are you. Oh, well, my name's Telerak. Telerak Natharan. I'm an inventor. He points sort of sheepishly at the wreckage, and he says,
I do invent things, so to speak. But a reason I came to see you is, well, I'm someone's nephew. Solring Ronaran. And he kind of leans in closer. He's my uncle, and I heard rumors you might be looking for him. He made something pretty powerful. And
Wait, is that Sky Blue's uncle?
Know where he is. No. You don't suspect this is the same thing. Because Sky Blue's looking for her father anyway, not her uncle. She
was human, yeah.
Right. But you do remember, of course, that you were told that the person, there was going to be someone meeting you to tell you about who you had gotten a lead on back in Sharn about the creator, literally, of the Oracle of War.
Yes.
Yes.
And so he says, don't take us the wrong way. Is there a place where we can speak in private? I mean, I don't think I need to tie this thing up. He looks at the thing, which still has one, wheel of feet going like, this is kind of,
Was it powered or actually chain bicycle?
It looks like it was, you can see a little bit of steam coming out of it, so you think it was actually steam powered. But it had wheels of feet instead of tires or wheels.
Just put it down. It's
it's
I can't shut
bound to repair. Ilarian's going to kind of look around surreptitiously, just in case anyone's taken any real notice of this. A bicycle with feet.
There were a couple of people who did, and then they're go on to their sort of normal state of affairs. So there's a lot of people heading off to the market underneath the ship, the new market.
There's someone we wish you to meet. So yes, there is a place that you come with us.
Should we?
He nods.
And I tap the link's probably still up. I say let's take him to Valar.
Should we get Tantin or just leave him there for now and get him later?
Keep him distracted. Let's take care of this now. We're going there anyways. This will fill him in when we come back. And
all right.
Maybe have added someone to the group. We'll see. All right, if you'll come with us, sir.
Oh, sure. I'll just walk alongside. And he kind of he picks up one unattached foot, right? That wooden foot that's just lying by the wheel, and he kind of
wish this to be brought with you.
Well, it might be kind of a badge of my my personage, if you follow my meaning.
Larian will pick it up and kind of rest it on their shoulders.
Okay. And he follows you off. I will come back to that in a moment. But first, I want to talk to Rowan and Tantin. So we're in the back of the inn. So you have gone to your room, I guess, actually, Rowan, which is, now it is a room. It is a very small room. And it does suspiciously, you've always thought, Rowan, feel like a place that might have been made into a room after the brooms which used to occupy it had been removed. But, there's a bed in there. You actually have to come in and if you've ever read Room Like This, we have to slide around to get the door closed again because it only fits so far into the room with the bed. Maximally efficient, right?
Anyone seen Better Call Saul, Jimmy's Office?
Yep. Or multiple examples, or the Blues Brothers room in underneath the train tracks. So they go in. Why are you talking about my office? No, Emily. Even your office, I've seen is bigger than this. My old office at my house was bigger than this, and that's saying a lot. So there's no place to sit, Tantin, except on the bed. So there's 2 spots basically available to you. And Spanner theoretically could kind of barely fit, or just in the hall. Okay, I was gonna say it'd probably be a little easier. Yeah.
Can't hear you.
So I sit on the floor.
Okay.
Because the thing that I'm about to show you, you cannot actually operate on with sufficient space if both of us sit on the bed. And I lay my arm palm facing up on the bed and go, so that joke you made about giving me a gun is particularly funny because, and you see me start forcing my arm to do something and it doesn't do the thing for a while, and then I just kind of rattle it at the elbow and you see a small pistol fly out of the forearm.
Well, now I don't have to do that.
Ah, noted. But now I want you to do a thing with the gun that I now have.
What?
The thing that guns do. Okay.
You wanted
let's
to
clarify.
work.
Yes, that would be nice. Well, I want it to specifically work. I've been looking at some of the other pieces that came with this arm when you put it together. Because remember, we were talking about the constituent parts that you put together for this thing. Suffice it to say that some of the metal that you used is capable of attunement. And I wanted to pick your brain about a quality of attunement that I think would be particularly valuable to me in particular. Which is, I'd like to not use bullets. I am using air quotes while this pistol is still presently jutting out of my wrist and flailing in my arm.
All right.
I'm sure you knew that for a bit, I kind of made an idle reputation as a gunslinger, even though I didn't actually have my own pistol for most of that time. But now I do. I'm kind of bored with regular pellets, though, and I've discovered that the quality of attunement that is capable with this metal is that with a specific quality of powder, you can actually cast spells with rounds through this gun. So I kind of wanted to know if you could maintain it to the point where I can actually do that without not having an arm again, because that's been an issue for a couple of days.
Yes. I know that
Nice,
sounds like
cool.
a question.
It's settled.
Well, not exactly, no.
Or,
if it is settled, it will take a very long time to do so.
Noted. How long is long?
And Tantin kind of sits back. 25 days and 500 gold. That's 25 days of committed work to this, like where I'm not doing anything else.
That's disappointing. I kind of need to be ambidextrous, for obvious reasons. But I'm willing to concede that point if it means that I get back use of a limb. Alright. Is it possible that you can do enough work that I can manage some of the sorceress performances that I've already taken notes of that I'm capable of with the powder and stuff that I already have? Just
that I could probably do. It would take me 4 or 5 hours, but yes, I could probably do that.
Cool, fine. That's more than settled then. I'm sure you have 4 hours to spare. That you sound congested. Should I get some water for you? Do you?
No.
You sound kind of ill.
I'm fine. No, I'm just 4 or 5, not 4. 4 or 5, and there is a possibility of complications as well. So.
That sounds fine. That sounds fine by me. So long as I can continue getting back to work, I think that would be very useful, and I can pay for your labor with mine, if that helps. Again, you need to get used to the new salvation, which is it's gone to the dogs since you've left, and you might need to know what those dogs are and how bad they bite.
There were 5 death dogs just before we left. So yes, it was at the dogs before we went to Sean. Yes.
True. It's fair. But again, if you need a guide, another hand, at all, I would love to.
Another hand.
Right? I would love to help you.
Some of that will be up to the rest of the party. I can't make that decision for the entire group.
Fair enough. I'm sure any friend of Tantin's would love to be would be delighted to be a friend of theirs.
You might be surprised.
Noted. But yeah, I guess then I should give you this. And I kind of just tilt it at the elbow and just unplug it from my arm and hand it over to you. I guess you'll let me know what else you need. Do you mind if I join you as well, by the way? I'm not up to much. Well, yes, fair. But, I mean, once you've rejoined your friends, if you just... I can wait outside if there are things I'm not supposed to know, but...
No,
by all means, when you're...
You and I can go back to the main tavern room, and I can work on this on the table. We'll just wait for them to come back. They know this is where we are.
Fair. Understood. Okay.
If they need me, they'll come and let me know.
Fine. And another drink on me then, when we get back down.
I don't think the first one was on you.
The drink will finally be on me. Understood. Cool.
That will be an impressive thing.
And when we get back to the tavern room, I pay for 2 glasses of the strongest whiskey that they have.
And as you do this and you prepare to sit down as Tantin is going to do a little bit of work, we will cut back to Hilar's home, where Nisiana and Alarian and Merime have arrived, along with the dwarf Telerak Natheron. And
how do you spell that?
It is, so Telerak is Tellarak, and Natheron is Natharon. Now, he is the nephew of someone, and the nephew of the creator. What he says he was Solring. That part's easy. Sulring. This last name, though, Mroranon, which I think is Mroranon, but like...
One more time.
Mroranon. Mroranon? Unless the M's silent, but I think it's Romanon. Roranon. Row your boat. Anyway,
Roranon.
Yeah. I was just like, dude, I don't...
Solon?
Whatever happened to Oakenshield? Where are my dwarven names that I can actually get to?
What was his first name?
First name was Solring. Sulring.
Okay, got it. Right.
Just want to make sure I had those names there. So inside Hilar's home, when you come inside it, of course, is not... you first of all have the covered in a tarpaulin, the object which the 3 of you know has to be the Oracle of War. And of course, also sitting in this room with the box on her lap, as it has been for most of the time since you got on the train to come to Salvation, is Sky Blue, who is sitting there under the protection, or, with Hilar. There's a cup of what looks like some kind of tea sitting on the table next to her, but it looks like it has not been drunk. And instead, she's been looking down at this box. And when you come in, Hilar sort of greets all of you and then sees the dwarf and is like, and he says, who's this? And the dwarf sort of bows slightly and he says, my name's Telerak Natheron. You must be Hilar. And Hilar nods. He says, that's me. What can I do for you? And Telerak says, well, I met these folks outside the Grey Beyond. Just, met them. And Hilar's sort of eyes flicker up to the foot that Alarian is holding on his shoulder. And it's
actually
kind of
the bike, the remnants of the bike. Like,
oh, the whole wheel of the bike. Okay.
Oh, yeah, he took the whole thing. Yeah,
okay. Yeah. I didn't realize that. That's really funny. And so
and
you just kind of
realizes he has it, and then, it puts it down. Chunk.
Yeah. And he's like, and Hilar's like, all right, then. And he says, I had heard there was something we were going to meet. You know something about an inventor. And Telerak nods, and his eyes are sort of go to the tarpaulin-covered device, and he says, is that it? And Hilar kind of looks at you, Merime, first, and then Nisiana and Alarian, and is kind of like, raises an eyebrow as if to say, like, do you know?
Can I insight check him just to make sure, like, when he said is this it, was he like,
Sure. As you pointed out, you get advantage on these.
Mm-hmm.
I like pointing it out, but hopefully I'll roll better this time. It's better.
That's better. you get the sense that he does feel to you as if he's giving you pretty much the information that you would have expected. I mean, it doesn't sound like he's making this up, or at least it would be kind of a big stretch for him to do all of it. You don't sense that he's deceiving you, Merame.
So I'll just nod to Hilar.
Okay. And he kind of takes in Nisiana and Ilarian's,
If she does, Ilarian will too. Not as much, but yeah.
Same, Nisiana? Yeah.
She's like that.
Okay. So then he comes over and he.
Nisiana's just like, I don't know.
So he lifts the tarpaulin off of the Oracle of War, and all of you, of course, are familiar with this site.
The bane of our existence, yes.
And Sky Blue has seen it once too, and because of her own connection, allegedly, to the prophecy this thing was speaking. And Telerak, kind of his eyes widen, and he says, I always thought he could make something like this, but... And he kind of comes to it and then looks around it. And if you've ever seen, I think a good example for this crowd, anyone who has ever seen someone look at painted miniatures on a map board, some people look at them and they're like, oh, that's really pretty. And then there are the people who paint minis themselves who are like, oh, you know what I mean? Like they're like looking like, oh, damn, the detail on the sword with the thing, with the shadowing of the, right? And that's what this guy is doing. Like just sort of, he doesn't touch it. He just kind of stares at all these parts of it.
Oh, that had to be done dry brushed.
Yeah, exactly. He's just like, what dimension, what diameter was the, yeah, like so he looks at the whole business and he says, right, sorry, it's like talking to someone I ain't seen for a while, you see. I should explain. My uncle went missing in Seer 4 years ago, and he hasn't been seen since by any of my family or me. And most of the family, if I'm going to be honest, they didn't have much truck with him to begin with, because he was, well, he did stuff like this. And he points at the oracle and he says, he was an inventor, and I was the only one in the family, strange enough, I suppose, to be interested in what he was. He taught me a great deal, and we used to talk quite a bit. Just before he left, he was worrying about this. He said it was a top-secret battlefield device he'd been commissioned to make. And he said he was going to, what was his word? Clarify its output. He was always talking like that. He had to refine the result, or he had to smooth the edge, or things like that. And this one, he said, he had to clarify the output to get it to work all the way. And that meant he had to enter the front lines of the conflict in Seer. I don't know what's happened to him since, but I know that if he's around, he would know about this. This had to be the thing that he made. He was brilliant. He was brilliant. There ain't nobody on either side of the war, any of the countries that fought in it, who collectively, all together, would be able to match what he could put together when he put his mind to it. This was the thing that I think he felt he had finally put everything together. And, well, he means a lot to me personally. Look, I don't know if he's dead or he's captured, but if he is still alive, you've got to find him. First of all, you got to find him for yourselves. If you want to stop this war that's coming, if you want an advantage in the war when it comes, if it does, well, he's the one who can tell you. He can help you, he can. And besides that, it's the right thing to do. Solring is a good man, and he's worth saving. And, well, and he has these two beard braids, long beard braids in his brown beard. And as you watch, he unwinds one of them quickly, as if he's used to doing it. And then disconnects it. So it looks like it's basically attached and was itself like part of his hair, which he's cut and then sort of extended longer. So he hands it over and he says, if you find him and he gives this, you give this to my uncle. You tell him, that's what he used to call me. Tellin wants to borrow a wrench. If you do that, he'll trust you. If he trusts you, you can bring him back here. If you want to find out more about this,
You got to find him. And you can help me out if you found him too. And he sort of falls silent. Sky Blue has sort of been gazing over at the Oracle and then sort of clutching the box with the medals of her father in it ever more tightly. Hilar is just sort of arms folded, his usual kind of like slightly narrowed eyes as he's kind of focusing on what's happening. What do the three of you think?
So Illyrian's going to break the silence first.
Okay.
And they say, CR in Thrain.
Seer, but that means he might end up there. I don't know. He could be in Seer. He could be in the Grey. That would be just as sensible as anywhere else. I don't know he got caught by Thrain. Hell, I don't know he got caught by anybody.
But just to clarify, didn't Talon say he was going to the front lines at
of the
Seer?
conflict in Seer? But that remember that the front lines of the conflict in Seer no longer exists as an entity.
Well, so am I missing something? It's on the map.
Well, if
Lake Bray.
Yeah, but if you okay, let's scroll over to the spot that was. Hold on a second.
We're actually oddly near it. I mean, as a group, when you were moving us over.
That's not coincidence, I'm sure.
So yes, so there's you're talking about Lake Seer? Where are you?
So Lake Bray, and right above it is Siyar. Is that the place he's referring to?
Just to the left of Spanner's token.
Yeah.
Spanner's token. No. Seer, C-Y-R-E.
Oh,
the place that was destroyed in the morning.
Oh, okay.
I was for a minute. I'm like, have I completely forgotten all geography? But no, it's like Seer, C-Y-R-E.
So Lake Seer, C-Y-R-E.
Correct. And
Seer,
Seer is where this used to be. This was Seer, yeah. Now Lake Seer is named after it, but this is somewhere in here is where he went.
Oh, for God's sake.
What is these people?
Yay!
Okay.
Helen. His name's Helen?
Yes, his name is Telerak. His uncle used to call him Telin.
Telerak. Have you gotten any sign from him in the last 4 years that he's still alive?
And he sort of sighs. None. But when he was working on a project, there were times we wouldn't hear from him for years anyway. He could get caught up in his work. But no, I haven't heard from him.
Boo, Fox. Boo. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, we have to find a missing father and a missing uncle. We should start a job as private detectives.
Hilar kind of looks over and he says, of course, if what this is being Telerak here is saying is on the level, then you need to find this uncle for other reasons. If we can find out more about this, he kind of, his eyes fix on the thing. Obviously, that's one of the reasons we're here. Not that we don't have enough things to juggle, but it's something to consider. I'm not opposed to it necessarily. It depends on what the rest of you say.
Well, first we have to help, and they kind of jerk a thumb towards Sky and keep her safe, but also reunite her with her father. So the multiple reunions may have to wait.
And go ahead, Remy.
I am curious to meet this inventor of the Oracle because they might know a way to disassemble it as well. This could be to our advantage if we found him.
Or he could absolutely disagree with the idea of dismantling his greatest invention.
He might, but we can only ask him, I suppose.
Well, if the war is coming, as a lot of people seem to maybe giving Braylon the advantage to minimize it, hopefully end it swiftly, could be incalculable in the saving of lives and property.
But
As dangerous as it is, it's very clear that there will be a winner. And if we want that winner to be the right party, we need to tread carefully, is all I'm saying.
we'd agreed for now, at least, to keep it out of the king's hands. Being too powerful, an object to be used even by him. With any luck, war will be avoided, and a lot of hard work and goodwill. And this device won't be held, but I don't know that this device would bring anything but hardship and pain to anyone who wields it. Regardless, I'm not sure that it would stop the war, or would it just make it worse?
I mean, Merrimay, it's not cursed. It certainly helped us against the minions of the Lord of Blades. It can be a very powerful tool.
I agree. But in a war, is giving an advantage like that of foresight, so to speak, to one side, would that stop or minimize the war, or would it only carry on some conflicts longer than necessary? What if the other side suddenly happens to get it as well? Then suddenly the advantage flips. We've seen more than others that these advantages can flip quickly, and that there are agents everywhere, some within our own ranks, unfortunately, who will seek to take the Oracle of War. And if Brayland didn't really me just getting worked up, and if Brayland suddenly ends up having all of these powers of foresight, they will surely suspect and they will try to get it for themselves. And then what happens?
Merrimay, you're borrowing trouble. You're borrowing trouble.
Thank you.
Sky Blue, what was your father doing when he disappeared or died?
Well, he was going to be serving in the war, he said. And they were calling on him again after they had told him that they wouldn't need him anymore. And he said he had to go away again, and he had to serve, he said. But there was something different about it. I told you, the way he acted was different. He had this almost like smile on his face, like it wasn't just going to be him going off with them again.
No, maybe he was traveling with someone else to do something different.
It's possible. But he didn't say anything of that to me. He just left.
He didn't leave like he was going to war. He was leaving like he was doing a different type of mission, yes?
Yeah. He said he was going to be meeting them, that he had to meet them on the front. But he didn't dress the way he normally did when he did that, no. I didn't think about it at the time.
And where was the front at that point?
At that point, it would have been, well, she kind of glances over at Telerak. Well, in Seer, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that does sound interesting. And then, of course, he was killed in battle and never seen again. And your uncle, who had to go to the same general area to gather information to hopefully improve this powerful artifact in order to stop the war and then put your father no longer at war. Maybe that's why Aurelian wanted her. You see what I mean, right?
And, so Telerak kind of nods slowly, and Sky Blue says, well, I don't know. He just left Sharn, though. I never saw where he ended up. He could have jumped off the train 5 minutes outside of town.
So, I know once this happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. That's something the soldiers used to tell me when they came home from war. But if we are supposed to find your missing father, and now we need to find a missing uncle, one was involved in war, one was involved in the artifact. Both of them went to the seer. And somehow the dragon prophecy is involved in all this. What are the chances of them doing this thing? Huh?
You're saying Sky is the third. The uncle, name I can't remember. Solrak. Solring was 1. Her father, the second. And you say Sky is the third?
The location's the third.
And Hilar says, if that's true, then there's a danger in having Sky go out there. If the other 2 went, she could be at risk too.
Of course she's at risk. Aurelian wants her. And of course we're at risk because this thing is here again. And not only does Aurelian want it, so does the Lord of Blades.
And Telerak, when you say Lord of Blades, Telerak kind of is like, looks over and, Lord of Blades, that's serious.
Oh yeah, we run into that mess once.
And Hilar says, and we're going to have to see what we can do. But if there's a way to, and suddenly there's a doof, 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 doof at the door. And Hilar, yeah, and it's like, like everyone draws weapons, like, you know.
And her sprouts like a dozen blades.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of sky blue.
And from outside you hear, open in the name of Brayland. And Hilar is kind of like, and he sort of puts a finger to his lips and he goes over and there's a little sort of almost like a peephole, I guess the equivalent. And he looks out.
Judas hole.
Yeah, sort of, yeah. And he looks out and he's like, oh, well. And he opens up the door.
As he's doing that, hold on, Arv. As he's doing that, I put the cloth back over.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, he actually probably looks back at you to make sure that you do that. And then when that's done,
and standing in front of it.
Okay. When that's done, he opens the door and you see a towering Warforged dressed in Brayllish military attire, larger than you, Ilarion. And she, the Warforged sort of steps forward and then ducks her head, like doesn't come in, but just like lowers her head and looks at you and she says, you are the members of the King's Citadel.
Oh, and I thought I wasn't subtle.
And, I mean, he's saying it, you know, not like yelling down the street, but like, and Hilar is like, who wants to know? And he says, my name is Bara. Your presence is required by Captain Elaine Oranek of the Fortress Arganth. You must follow. And like turns on her heel and starts walking off. And so Hilar pauses and looks back at all you and says, if that's who I think that is, that's actually, well, their nickname is Big Bara. And Big Bara is part of an elite unit. It's called Bara's Breakers. Military recon. One of the best. What she's doing here, and he kind of shakes his head, and she's already like about a third of the way down the street, not even looking back, apparently clearly believing you're just going to follow. And Hilar looks back and looks at all of you and says, I can stay here with Sky, but the 3 of you probably ought to go, and you better pick up Tanton on the way. If they want to see you, and if it is, in fact, Elaine Oranek of Arganth, Elaine's a good man, and he doesn't suffer fools gladly. And what's worse, if he's here, we're farther on towards war than I thought. I'll watch after her.
Telenek and I can talk more about finalizing this. And by the way, which one of you took the braid that is hand?
Me.
Okay. Do me a favor. Just remind me that you did that after we're done with this, okay?
Okay, so it is a beard braid ornament, or is it a piece of beard?
Well, it's called a beard braid, so I don't know how you want to describe it. I mean, it's still in its braided form, I guess. So I guess it could still hang on something.
So what I've written down is Tellen wants to borrow a wrench, and then in parentheses, beard braid ornament.
Right.
Will you understand what that means?
Yeah, that's fine. Because actually, it's a legacy event. I'll have you mark it down. It is the beard braid legacy event. That will be important. All of you can mention that. Even Rowan can mark that down somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
beard braid.
Hilar, before we go, I'll just kind of tell Hilar, like, we encountered a friend of Tanton named Rowan. Do you know him? Should we bring him?
He's sort of Rowan. I can't say as I do.
Rowan Shallow?
And he shakes his head. No, the name doesn't sound familiar. Who knows him? Tanton knows him?
Yeah, Tanton knows him. Something about a fake arm. I don't know.
Oh, and he claims Rowan claims Tanton saved his life. He could. There's a long pause. He could prove useful.
And so he also has a long pause, and he kind of strokes his chin, and he looks down at Sky Blue, who's now looking again at the box in her lap, and then he looks over at the tarpaulin-covered oracle, and he says, use your judgment. I don't think I'd tell him everything just yet, but if you think there's some value that you can have from him, you know how important this is, though. Don't trust people blindly, but if you think you can use his knowledge, he shrugs, then I suppose it doesn't matter. This is the military calling anyway, not the Citadel.
He doesn't like the military, so we'll see. We'll use our judgment when we get there.
He does. He says, he sort of grins slightly, and he says, well, that's in his favor.
So does the Citadel answer to the military? Is that why they're telling that?
King Citadel is a separate branch. And very much like, I don't know, you're always supposed to work together, but it's pretty clear the FBI and the CIA and the Marines and the Coast Guard
Army
are not all they don't all get along, right? Like, or they do-ish, but there are moments where they're like, yeah, but the Navy SEALs are better. The Secret Service is like, no, really, we're better. You know what I mean? Like, so there's a little bit of inter-rivalry there. Also, the King's Citadel is not known to a lot of branches either, but certainly to some. It's not totally secret. But just like the Dark Lanterns, what it does is very unclear. Some might even think that the King's Citadel is like the place you put people who are not really military qualified, but we just put them there because like someone's grandfather knows someone else and whatever, right? But the reality is you all know how good the Citadel is. Nobody really knows how good the Citadel is except the Citadel. So yeah.
That's a catchphrase. Yeah, exactly.
We should get that on a t-shirt. No one knows how good the King's Citadel is.
T-shirts we wear.
Yeah, no one knows how good the King's Citadel on the back except the Citadel.
Or just King's Citadel. If you know on the back. Oh man. Okay.
We should go collect them then. Things seem to be moving even swifter than we knew.
Yeah.
Walk as fast as her.
I can.
When you come when you come to the Grey Beyond and you walk in, you can see that sitting at the table, a lot of the tavern is now cleared out, but you can see that sitting at a table, the same table actually where there were a bunch of cards before, is Rowan. I'm not sure whether Rowan is looking at Tanton or looking off. Rowan can tell me, but Tanton is working sort of very focused on a metal arm.
Oh yeah, we knew it. He showed it to us.
So when you come in, you see that he's doing that.
All right.
I notice you all enter, and I wave vigorously with the arm that I still have.
Good. That's a good choice.
We've been summoned to the tower, to the fortress, which we've been told we should go.
That's a hell of a summons.
Indeed. Should be fun.
Interesting, at least.
Mm.
And we probably shouldn't keep, what was her name?
Bara.
Bara.
Called
yeah.
Big Bara by some of the folks, the military, I suppose.
Yes, but I'm not that rude yet.
Yeah, it's true. Then just Bara, B-A-R-A.
Big Bara is the person who summoned y'all. And your heads are still on your shoulders? Yeah, have you seen the size of Bara's hands?
Yep.
Like, wow.
She could put my entire head.
Yeah.
Thus, I do not want to keep her waiting because she sounds like she could get very angry very quickly.
Fair enough. Then let's head to the fortress then, I guess.
You weren't summoned.
It's up to you. You weren't.
Fair enough. But at the very least, our good friend Tanton is still helping me regain ambidextrousness. So, I might as well at least join until that's done.
Fair enough. You help navigate Tanton, please. As he's going to be focusing on your arm.
You like stand him up as he's looking at the arm. Yeah.
So, Alarian comes around because Rowan, you're still sitting down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Alarian kind of, and by the way, you haven't noticed, but Alarian doesn't walk anywhere. They glide about 3 inches off the floor, so they're oddly silent for their size. They come around and rest a hand on your shoulder, not threateningly, but they rest a hand, and the hand is heavy on your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I wish you to know, Rowan Shallow, if you are to accompany us, you are to keep any, shall we say, anti-military sentiment to yourself. Is that understood?
I know how to keep my head on my shoulders. I'm not going to enjoy it, but no one's going to hear it until we leave.
Okay. The hand flexes a bit, and you can tell there's a lot of strength in that hand. But pats you on the shoulder and says, very well then. If you will help get Tanton moving, we can be on our way.
Come on, Spanner. Mm-hmm. Oh, I can write Spanner and keep up with her.
Mm-hmm.
I'll ping Tanton in his head. Hey, Tanton.
No, this one was enough. Thank you.
No, Tanton, I'm in your head. It's Mérimée. We've been summoned to the fortress, so you can bring the arm and keep working on it. Rowan will come as well, but this looks like Citadel duty. So Hilar says we have to go.
And so Tanton's like, summoned by whom?
By Bara, and I'll kind of point. I assume the Warforge is like somewhere in the.
No, I mean, you don't see the Warforge now. You went inside the tavern. She just like turned and walked away with the assumption, I guess, that you were going to follow her.
Yeah, this giant Warforge, really bigger than Alarian. It's pretty cool. Her name's Bara, Big Bara, from the Bara's Breakers. Apparently, it's not a good sign.
And who was was it General? Who's the officer?
Captain Elaine Oranek.
Captain Elaine Oranek. IR''RANEK.
Elaine, one more time.
Elaine Oranek. IR, lowercase IR, apostrophe, uppercase RANEK.
Got it. Okay.
Captain Elaine Oranek, who Mérimée knows as, that is a sound that she knows that name for sure.
So they asked us to come.
It's almost an order.
Oh, really? They do understand that we don't work for them, correct?
They do, but Hillard did ask us to go because
and we work for him.
Yeah, and it's a bad sign that war seems like it might be closer than we'd anticipated.
Yeah, so it is actually Citadel business, which means it's our business.
We can keep an eye on what they're doing at least and see what's going on up there. That might not be a bad idea to scope it out and think they might have some cool tech too.
While this is happening, because I do not know that y'all are psychically talking to each other, I'm just nudging Tanton in the shoulder the whole time.
Hey.
Yeah, I don't know if you know.
It's like Newbert from Baldur's Gate. Heya.
So Tanton is like, and he makes a series of clicks. Spanner stands up and he says, "Steed." And
thank you.
Tanton, Spanner turns his gaze towards Nisiana.
And I go and I get on so that I can keep up with y'all because y'all are long-legged.
And so Tanton has like a set of tools in this hand and he just sort of tosses it in the air
and picks up the arm off the table and kind of cradles it along his own arm. And before the tools fall back down, his mage hand catches them.
Oh.
And so the mage hand is working with one, and he's using his other hand on the other, so that he can just kind of follow along with everybody and still be using two hands while he's carrying the thing.
Ooh, that's clever. I want to learn how to do that.
While we walk, I will link with Tanton and just bring him up to speed on the inventor and the nephew and what we learned and all of that.
Also confluence of they're probably somehow connected and blah, 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 blah.
Exactly. So I'll just kind of bring you up to speed on that too, so that you're not taken by surprise later.
I love that image, by the way. And as you all depart the tavern and you walk in that direction, heading towards this new makeshift market and the ramp beyond it that leads switchbacked, like, left, right, up to the floating fortress. You were aware for the first time of not just the gray, which is always ever present, of course, but also the deep shadow of the Argonth that floats above you. And I think we would pull the camera back as you approach the ramp and see in the very far distance, at the edge of the crowd of the market, someone looking with interest, hooded and cloaked, and then disappearing into the crowd.
Merrick's again, isn't it? God
damn
damn
it, I
that
do
guy.
it. And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close. A really great premiere season 3 session with so much good stuff. Oh my God, so much like wonderful role play, and we didn't get combat in here. That'll definitely come down the line, but we got lots of role play, and we got a lot of setup for stuff, and we introduced a new person, and it just it's good stuff. Really, really awesome. I'm very excited, and a lot of like breadcrumbs for the party. Like the party's like, ooh, we do this and then this, or we could do that. It was great. Yeah, I loved it. I was smiling the whole time. It's very true, Emily. Very good work from the entire party, and I'm very excited for what season 3 will bring. I will start with the gentleman on the right side of the ziggurat, which is, of course, John. John, good stuff today from Ilarion. I love the little moment of just so you know, 2 moments I love. First of all, the moment of the hand on the shoulder, type of thing, sort of like, hey, Rowan, here's the deal. And I love Rowan keep staying right in character and dealing with that, situation. So I thought that was cool. But I also love the little moment between Hilar and Ilarion of sort of like this kind of Hilar, the world weary, and Ilarion, who's seen quite a bit too, but it isn't approached the same way, talking about the nature of Warforged and Starforged and a little bit of distance and what it means for unique creatures and all that stuff. I was reminded a little bit, I've used this example before, of this image, and this hasn't happened yet, but a conversation between in Age of Ultron between Vision and the last of the Ultron robots at the end, and how cool it is to have these 2 characters that are not human speaking about humanity with truthfulness, but also drawing vastly different conclusions. And I had this image of this a little bit between Hilar and Ilarion sort of chatting with each other. So it was good stuff. John, how'd you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks, besides on this channel next week, where you'll be back, but otherwise, where will the fine folks find you next?
That got. I was just going to Hilar to suss him out as what his plans were, and that turned really very interestingly philosophical in a great way that I kind of love. So I love the direction that took. It was really just a little side thing that they were just going to check out. Hey, head in the game kind of thing, and it turned into this whole thing, and that was really cool. I love that. And yes, Brandon, thank you for being a good sport. You've just seen Ilarion and his quote unquote their intimidation attempt there. But there you go. But you played along, and I appreciate that. So that was fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. This party has gotten, I think, stranger with your addition in a good way. So let's put it that way. You'll find me here next week. I had to say that. Ilarion had to say that just to make sure this is the deal. So it's all good though. It's gonna be a blast. Here I game stream with the IAD crew, which I've been doing for a long time, longer than I care to think about, but it's always been a blast. And my next big event is March down in Chicago for Adepticon for our BattleTech Kickstarter launch, which we're looking very much forward to. So yeah, that's this. But this is what I do to blow off steam and have fun with a lot of really great role players and a great GM. So absolutely.
Well, thank you, John. It's good
And-
stuff today, and it's great.
And
to
I
be back in
can't
the
wait to
saddle.
test my new hit points and armor points against whatever you're going to throw against
Well,
us,
the
too.
beginning of it is a battle against the fortress, so that God damn it, like
Hey, we got this. We got this.
AC 45, 800 hit points. Okay, and they're hull points, not hit points. No, but no, very much pleasure as always, John. I'm looking forward to seeing how Larian handles things as well going forward. Moving right on up the line, Jen, I thought that Nisiana had one of the best moments actually in the session when there's that whole face off between Rowan and Snug, and Nisiana is just like, listen, I am not going to take all this time to put all you back together. Like this a halfling's just like, stamps her foot and everyone's like, right. Okay. Well, we need to not do that then. So that was very funny. I thought is kind of this one big moment, but also, you were at one point doing the meme of like the guy with the Post-it notes and the threads and like, like and then they're connected to this. After you had told Marame, you were like, wait, just calm down. And then you start doing the same thing. You're like, it's actually this. So it was really, really funny. And it showed you're kind of following along that same path.
On a completely different path.
Yeah, different path. That's true. How did you, so it was lovely to see though. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a very good time. I am interested in seeing where this goes, and if my supposition that, well, we have to look for one missing person, and now we have to look for a missing second person, they've obviously got to be somehow connected, because, well, this is a game, and there's a dragon prophecy involved, and somehow they're connected.
Mm-hmm.
So, and somehow Sky isn't connected because Aurelian wanted her, and thus Aurelian that we absolutely cannot let that happen. I will be here next week. I will actually be also on Gen Con TV the following week, being interviewed by Rem Alternus again.
Nice.
I don't actually know what I'm being interviewed for this time because I have a lot of interviews right now. That's a future gen problem. Otherwise, I am on Twitter a lot. I read more than I actually post. And I do regular blog posts. And if you want more of my cats, it's Instagram at Jennifer_Brozek because my Instagram is mostly cats. Otherwise, yeah, that's it. My next big in-person thing won't be until April. And Marie will be with me for that.
Yay!
Very cool.
Party time.
Yeah.
Very cool. And always a pleasure, Jen. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm excited to see how things go next week first, before all that. Moving to the middle of the ziggurat. As I say, a person familiar to the channel, but new to this party of groups. Brandon, it was great, my friend, to have you as part of this mix. I think it's going to be awesome. I love Rowan's character. I love the concept of it already, and the relationship with you and Tantan, I think, was a lot of fun, obviously, but also fun is just the idea of someone who, has this outer layer, and you're not 100% sure what's going on below the layer, but not because of edgelordness, but because of like, are they really this? Like optimistic and confident about everything? Are they and the fact that everyone kept missing insight checks about that was cracking me up. Everyone's just like, all right, maybe, that was very funny. And it'll be very interesting too, to see how, you fit in with a group of people that are, working as part of the King's Citadel. How far will that extend? Is there this anti-military bias that we talked about? Is that going to extend to something like the Citadel and all that stuff? It'll be very interesting to see, I think, how all that develops. How did you feel, sir? First of all, my apologies for, that you had to wait as long as you did to get involved. That will not happen next time, obviously. But how did you feel about being in the mix, being part of the crew, Infinity and Beyond here? And where will the folks find you next, if not before next week?
So I will say, first and foremost, I'm actually very glad that you had me waiting this very long, because I was actually also streaming just before you all went live, and I was like,
that is true, yes.
Finally, I can eat something now.
True.
But yeah, I'm really excited to be a part of IAB, not only because I am slowly taking over the channel, as you can all witness.
It really is true.
But I've actually been really enjoying Eberron. I love all of these people here, and I'm very excited to be able to play with you all. I really like having made Rowan the only way that I can describe the feeling that I have about Rowan is there is a clip somewhere on YouTube of a bootleg Nollywood version of Mortal Kombat where Shang Tsung is standing on a mountaintop and he shouts, "I don't want peace, I want problems, always."
What a great line. Oh my god.
And that's the energy that I'm moving with Rowan in this game. I like characters where there is just a little bit of interpersonal conflict, but it is not because people do not like each other. It's because it is very obvious that everybody is at cross purposes, and I'm very excited to see how that manifests in play without being entirely disruptive. Just a little bit disruptive, a smidge disruptive. I'm particularly glad to pair Rowan with Tantin, because I'm very curious to see how that manifests in both of their characters. As I am the reason why you are here, and here is good, but where you were was better, and I didn't notice that sucks for you. So I'm very excited to see what all of that looks like. I will be here next week, not only for more of Eberron, but for finally the finale of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire will be airing as a pre-recorded session on Sunday. I'm very excited to share that. I will also be here for Court of Blades, Valor Ward, sometime later in the month as well. See, I'm taking over this channel. I am this close to making more content on this channel than Arv does. But yeah, I'm very excited for the thing. You can find me on most social media at The Rising Tides. I have a newsletter that you can find at brandonobrien.xyz. You can find me on Speculate, very obviously. I'm also the co-host of the Skiffy and Fantasy Show. And in person, you will see me in the first week of February. I will be at Capricorn, the very first time that I'm actually physically attending Capricorn. Very excited for that. So if you will be at Capricorn, please bring some spooky campfire stories with you, because I'm hosting the scary stories open mic as well.
Oh, nice.
That's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, that's me.
Very, very cool. And yes, you will also, by the way, if you have supported the Grey Shade Kickstarter, there is an update coming within the next day or so, either today or tomorrow when I can post it, from Brandon regarding the faith mechanic and certain other things that are being put into the Grey Shade TTRPG. So you will not want to miss that update, as you can see what work is being done by the incredible Brandon O'Brien as game designer. But otherwise, yeah, I'm super excited that the takeover continues apace as a part of this mix. Yes, that book, that very book. But the takeover continues apace. But thank you, Brandon. I'm very excited, too, to see how Rowan's stuff manages. And also, I should mention, just remind me to do this when we get into combat, I think is where we will talk about, your hit points and, start explaining some of the class and all that stuff. We can explain that, because chat was like, maybe I'm thinking arcane trickster rogue stuff, and I'm like, you know what, let's wait until we actually get to combat, and then after the first combat, then we can be like, this is what I actually am, in some detail, if you're cool with
yes,
that.
I would like that very much. I have everything written down in this notebook, because there is nowhere on the internet other than Roll20 and D&D Beyond that I could actually create this character.
Yes.
So everything is here, and I'm very excited to actually put it on Roll20 now.
Yes, now I have to make sure that I add that character sheet, but I will do so. But thank you, Brandon. Good stuff tonight, and thank you for joining us. It's going to be awesome. Moving right on up the ziggurat to Marie. Marie, again, wonderful stuff from Marimay, and I loved, first of all, Marimay, of course, jumping in a little bit to the mix. I like the fact that no one really wanted to stop the bar fight exactly, and it was like, I don't know, this is fun. I'm enjoying watching this. Tanton was the same way. And in the end, you were part of the mix by talking about Too Snug directly about what you wanted to have done. That, and then of course we also had a very serious moment of role play, which was your discussion with Sorashana and the Kalashtar Mystic, and that I also really enjoyed too, because we have done some of this. We have played some of the dream stuff with Marimay, and more of that comes up here and there, and there will be more of it as time goes on. But it was interesting to me to see you interact with another Kalashtar with whom you might have had, connection and contact, so that we don't just think of you, think about you as the person who identifies with Halar and like the military background, but your Kalashtar background, which is obviously significant, and we've had those dreams before. This was interesting because you get to talk to somebody else with whom clearly you had a little bit of conflict or disagreement about your path in terms of how to handle things. So that, I liked those two juxtapositions, I think, of Merime. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks, besides next week, find you next?
I had a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to next week. I had a lot of fun. It was a very varied session. It was fun, of course, to meet Rowan, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. And yeah, it was good. It was interesting to see how things are going to develop. And Merime was really hoping to get something, and she should have known better, from the Kalashtar without having to use her own, like without having to deepen that connection. But right now she's like, just hold. The old woman is high on incense fumes.
So, literally high. I mean, like high on above you.
Oh, Greg. But yeah.
Just saying.
So it'll be so for her it's like, okay, we'll see how it goes. But as I'm curious to see what will happen as she gets pushed further and further into conflict, as Nisiana gets into more danger, as the Oracle of War becomes more like, is she going to try to connect more with the Kalashtar and risk losing her footing in this world, or like with the Kori, with their being? So anyway, it's going to be very interesting to see how she goes, but she's having fun. She was curious to see how that bar fight was going to go. I'm not going to lie, but she wouldn't have let anyone get terribly injured because her sister would have had to heal them. But
yep.
That's
the part where they have the pleasant, da 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 da, like the Irish music in the background. So it's not really a big deal as everyone's beating the hell out of each other.
Yeah, exactly. Like everyone's like dancing in step, and there's like a chorus going on. Like, it's fine. You just grab a drink and enjoy the show. Not everything's gonna be solved by us.
No,
right?
Totally right. I mean, this is just watching people, solve their own problems. It's fine.
Yeah, it's like going to the mall at Christmas time and watching people kind of run around getting gifts. Like, exactly. Same idea. Yeah, so it was a lot of fun. Thank you very much. And next, you can find me here next weekend on Saturday, and then in April I will be bumming around Jen's area. I'm gonna go visit her cats, and then that's gonna be fun. So that's it. Oh, also I have a book. Jen has my book in his hand right now. He is loving it. And I love him. So, Nye, if you like dark fairies, kind of, the falling of the veil between our world and the world of the creepy old fairies, you will love Nye. It is scary, fun, dark fantasy. We're having a good time trying to survive and not have our entrails flop out of us. So check it out if you can. I'll put it in chat.
Definitely should. Yeah, classic creepy fairy tales, not Disney. Agree to no. Yeah.
There was a point shortly after you first mentioned, when right after I had ordered the book, but before it got here, and you had mentioned that the kind of dark fairy tales. Eventually, I was walking down the hallway and I had kind of a flashback of when I used to work at Scarborough Fair, the Renaissance Festival just south of Dallas, and there was, we had all the standard fairies with their little rainbow wings made out of, wire coat hangers and pantyhose that were sprayed with acrylic and then painted with different colors and stuff. But there was one guy, this big, tall, skinny guy, who he did his up like black wasp wings.
Oh, nice.
And and he had his hair just dyed really dark brown. And of course, all the fairies spoke in their fairy language, but Dauber, his name was Dauber. He would start building a sculpture at the closing gate. And he would be like a kind of a recessed dragon thing. People would throw him money, and like the pennies he would make into the little scales, and like the dimes and quarters and stuff would be the bigger scales.
That's
and like
so
if they threw him
cool.
paper money, he would smear it in the mud and roll it into the horns that would stick out of the thing. And when he was finished, he would pull out a small flask and he would kind of pour it around the thing, and then he would reach back and someone would hand him a torch and he would do a ground blow and light the whole thing on fire. And it was very, very cool. He was really, really hot. But his fairy language was different, because for him, where they're all got kind of like the little tittering sort of thing, his was like, and I'm like, oh my God, I love him so much. Oh, Jesus. And it was,
nice.
That's what, knowing this book was coming, I was like, ooh, Dauber could be in this. Anyway.
You're right. That does fit the theme.
I'm desperately trying to avoid a furry discussion. I just was just not going to talk
believe
about
me,
that.
there's plenty.
I know. I'm
my
sure there
God.
are. I'm
They're
sure
everywhere.
there are. But anyway, that's where you can get it on Amazon. That is the link for Marie's book. You should get that. You should get all Marie's stuff because Marie's awesome. And thank you, Marie. And we will see you next week.
I look forward to it.
Bottom left of the ziggurat, last but certainly not least, is the aforementioned person who's discussing. We were talking about fairies and furs. Tren, good stuff today. First of all, the Tantan-Rowan connection, I totally agree, is really great. I love that in that particular connection, and there's more to it, chat. You'll find out over time. But the particular connection and the nature of it, I think, is really great. That is introduced through this prosthetic thing that Tantan created. I love that idea. I love the idea that it obviously gives him someone else to work on in addition to Spanner and Alarian and like Marimé with the, like I love the idea that there's other stuff happening too. But it also, of course, because as I mentioned to you, there have been more and more references, and there will be even more than this, to stuff made by House Cannith as we get closer to the subjects of war. Because Cannith, of course, was one of the primary houses in the making of machines and weapons of war and devices of war. And so there's going to be stuff that either Tantan will know of directly or will have heard of through legend or whatever. And that I'm very interested to see how Tantan processes all of that. As someone who, obviously the technology's great, but then there's also like, they did a lot of terrible things with this, and that will be interesting to me. And in a way, Rowan as a direct connection to the implications of what you can do technologically / positively, juxtaposed against like this massive flame, floating fortress type of thing and the implications of that and that technology. I'm very interested, I guess, to see how that plays out. And Tantan is one of the sort of representatives, I think, for that, for us. How did you feel about today's session, Tren, and where will the fine folks find you, except for next week, next?
I was beyond thrilled to finally get to play this out with Brandon, because it was, what was it, like a week ago, I think, that you pinged me and were like, so I need a prosthetic arm. And as he was bringing this idea to me, I'm like, wait a minute, Tantan could have made that, and it's like, oh shit. And then so we just started confabbing back and forth, putting everything together, and I'm just like, okay, yes, this is good. And then as we're waiting, I'm just like, oh wait, oh no, wait, what if shit? And so the brain is spiraling off in different directions of, wait, what if this happens? What if we do this? And then, of course, the actual character reveal happens, and I'm like, oh, this is so much worse. Oh my God. Because Tantan is like, we're not supposed to tell anybody who we are.
Right.
And it's like, we would have to tell him if he joins us. And I mean, the fact that everybody's like, yeah, your friend. I'm like, he's not my friend. We are not friends.
You kept doing this thing where you were like, like with Rowan too. Like Rowan would be like, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, And you're like, and Rowan's like, I think you may not agree with me here. Maybe, totally. So you were doing that with everybody. It was very fun.
And I almost did it with Halar back in Halar's house, and then I remembered, wait, I'm not there. I can't do it. But I was just starting to do it. I was like, nope, not there. Really, really.
It's that scene on TV where someone mentions you and then you start sneezing. Yeah, that's what happens.
yeah, exactly. It's just, I was thrilled with this stuff, and of course, it was when we first started talking, when Marie first approached me about magicking Marimé's thing, I was like, oh yeah, I can do that. And then I went through and I started looking through the rules to make sure that I could do that, and realized I could only have 3 infusions at one time. And I was like, oh no, that means that one of these things is going to lose its enchantment. And I'm like, given the order that I built them in, that would be the bag of holding. That was the first thing I made. And I was like, but
you casually mentioned as exploding, by the way, like a bag of holding exploding. Dimensions, like, oh whoops.
No, if it loses its enchantment, it just bursts.
I know, but it was just sort of funny to hear a bag of holding explodes, like a black hole is born.
No, that was a different thing. Where once Halar finds me the portable hole, and I put the Oracle in there if we ever have to deal with
and boom, Infinity War. Yep, I know.
With what's her name, Irulin.
Yeah.
I'll just take the new portable hole and the new bag of holding, throw it in there, and as soon as two dimensionally expanded items overlap, it'll just explode and suck her into the astral sea, and we don't have to deal with her anymore.
Right.
So I got
Except for the fact where she's a necromancer and probably a lich, and probably going to survive that.
Oh, if she's a lich, she would have cleaned the floor, but that's fine. Yeah.
But she is now. Yeah, like.
I haven't get that far.
Right. But as I was looking through the rules and whatnot, I was like, wait a minute, I can take downtime and I can build actual magical items that aren't the pale imitations that are my infusions. And I'm like, I need to look up and see what these things are. And I'm like, okay, so if he asks me to make this, it's going to take 5 work weeks, which is 5 times 5 days. And I'm like, 25 days and 500 gold. Okay. And that's downtime stuff. So I can't do that while we're adventuring. I have to have the 25 days just to focus on that. I'm like, so yeah, you'll see me here. Bye.
It is very exciting. I am super happy to be back in the saddle with this whole crew, and also shout out to chat, which I thought was very active and fun tonight, and people were very into it. And
that was sorry, that was the other thing. Is it before Brandon joined the call, and like his friends were like, "Oh yeah, we're friend of Brandon." I'm like, "Shut up!"
Yeah, I know. I want to be just like it was Dark Lavender who showed up.
So I'll admit that's actually my fault.
Oh no! It's no problem bringing people over. It was fine. It turned out to be no problem. Just like I love Brandon, and people were like, "We also love Brandon. Why mention that right now?"
It was so
because
awesome.
because the joke is, again, I was streaming before you all went live. But I told Iori, because Iori Kasano was on my stream earlier this evening, and I told them, hey, just letting you know I have to run to Greg's for a thing immediately afterward. So they mentioned, Brandon is on his way over to Greg's stream in a little bit, and Rudnell was there. Mrs. Dunsel was very briefly there. I was like, oh crap, we just spoiled the thing. And Iori doesn't know that something's just been spoiled. So I guess I just have to let you know, yeah, I'm going to be there for the thing. You know exactly why I'm going to be there. You are on your honor. Don't tell anybody. So everybody just came in and was just being very acting.
No, they didn't.
No, yeah, I saw everyone is acting normal. I was like, please stop calling my name. Stop calling my name.
They're all
Everybody's
acting
going to
normal.
make themselves.
Yeah, they're all acting normal, but they're all like, you know who's a good person? Brandon. Brandon's a great person. Everyone's like, yes, but like, why?
And as soon as I'm like, oh no, and I look over and I just see Arv turn to his keyboard. I'm like, okay, he's got it.
Like, what am I going to say? I just want to be like, yes, he is. Now, don't talk about him anymore.
Right.
For at least the next 10 minutes. Anyway,
gag order.
It was
And
seriously.
I completely missed that whole part of the chat.
Yes.
Like,
Oh, it was very funny. NDA. Anyway, it was great. I'm so happy that this crew is together, and what a pleasure to have season 3 launched in the way that it has been. By the way, in case anyone's curious, I am going to be putting Brandon in touch with our character artist because we're going to get character art of Rowan, and then we're also going to be featuring that and Brandon as part of the intro video. I couldn't do that earlier because people would be like, wait, why is Brandon showing up in the intro video for season 3? But now that we've done this, we will add it into the mix. So Brandon is officially part of this and part of Infinite and Beyond, and we are very happy to have him and the entire crew. So chat, can we get some love for Trent Sparks, for Marie Bilodeau, for Brandon O'Brien, for Jennifer Brozek, and for John Helfers? You will see the 5-person crew of Infinity and Beyond next week back here for part 2 of Parliament of Gears as we continue with season 3, Dogs of War of Oracle of War. Good job today, players. Thank you all so much. I will speak to you all soon. Bye for now. All right. Great stuff. And again, Chad, I meant that. You folks all were great today. I was really happy with turnout and really just happy with the vibe. It was a very, very good vibe, and I was really happy to see that. And yeah, I mean, I love all my campaigns, but, you know, as I've said, the part I really love about this campaign is the chemistry, is the experience level. These are all very experienced players, and it shows in the way that they play. And in the sort of nature of how this world is being put together, you all know that I love Eberron, and I it just the floating fortress, the sort of world building setup, the intrigue, which I love. But when you combine it then with this sort of like, you know, Wild West back in Salvation, but Salvation isn't exactly the Salvation they left. They have this whole military thing now. And all of them have these different elements they're putting together. I just, oh man, I dig it. Thank you, Live Sewing. Dig it, dig it, dig it. Yeah, very funny, Dragon Spear. Yeah, I felt so dumb, can I just say, when that happened. I was like, yeah, Shadow, you know, 5 windows. And Shadow was like, that you already have 5 windows. I'm like, what do you mean? I don't, oh. But there's not only, oh. Thank you. It was just, I was like, oh man. But anyway, but yes, it was great. I really enjoyed it. I hope you folks did as well. This campaign is just going to get better. Remember, they are level 8, but we're going all the way to level 20, folks. We are in season 3, but we have a couple more seasons to go after this. Season 3, by the way, has 3 parts to it. It is a 3-part season. So part 8, 9, and 10 is season 3. Season 4 is 11, 12, 13. Season 5 is 14, 15, 16, and then season 6, which is the final season, is a quartet, 17, 18, 19, 20. So very, very exciting, and it's going to go in wild directions that you might not be able to see. So it's going to be really great. Thank you, Ridnell. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I love this crew, and I think that they just make it work. It reminds me of kind of some combination of like, you know, Destiny and Wild West, and I mean the movie Wild West, and something, and you know, sort of Indiana Jones-ish. There's a piece of that too, and obviously, I and steampunk, obviously. So I'm a big fan. Anyway, but I love all of you also. And we are going to raid someone today because it's not super late. Before we do that, just a couple of reminders. First of all, schedule-wise, we will not be on Sunday or Monday, but we'll be back here on Tuesday for the premiere of Inkle's Sorcery 4, The Crown of Kings. You will not want to miss that. That'll be happening around noon Eastern. And then at 4:15 p.m. Eastern, I'll be over at Pen and Pixels I'll be over at GogCom's Twitch channel for Pen and Pixels and Talisman Adventures as we continue that amazing campaign with those amazing players. Then we'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday we will have more of Sorcery 4, the Crown of Kings. That'll be happening on Friday the 20th, and then Saturday the 21st, more Eberron. So it's going to be awesome. And then Sunday the 22nd will be the conclusion of Girl by Moonlight, which will be a recorded session, but that will be the conclusion of that session. So I'm very excited for that too. I mean, I'm sorry that campaign is coming to an end, but it's coming to a natural conclusion, and we will have other stuff down the line as part of our Speculate event, so it's going to be great. But before everyone leaves tonight, it would be great if you could all stick around for the raid. The way that we do raids here is very simple. If you are not a sub, you are going to type this, and that is the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, Arvany hype, followed by the Arvanauts have landed, and then Twitch raid, and then Arvany roar, Arvany witch, Arvany what, Arvany smug, Arvany love, Arvany blown, all the Arvany hype, all the Arvanys when you were brought into this place. And the person that we're going to be raiding today is new. This is a new person for us anyway. It is a recommendation, so I am taking the recommendation on point because I trust the person who recommended. Do not say who it is, by the way, person. Let me just actually make sure, first of all, that... Okay, good. They are indeed. Let me just make sure that this group is still live and going along and doing things. Yes, they are. Okay, great. So yes, so we're going to be doing that. Final Twister, Great Croctile, Good Soup, Scatterbrain Inventor, Dedicated Healer, Flamboyant Bard, Grim Protector, and the Semi-Trustworthy Rogue. True, although is it a rogue? Roguish figure, perhaps. As I said, the only thing we know for sure, definitely a paladin. No question. Rowan, definitely a paladin. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, but it was a great pleasure to have all of you with us, so stick around for the raid. Also, if you liked what you saw and heard, please support the channel, as so many of you did tonight. Thank you, by following the channel, by checking out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Please sub to me over there. Discord, !ArvCord. Oh, and let me not miss what Emily just said. Big announcement tomorrow. Before I go on here, let me just say what Emily said is very important. Big announcement to share from social media. media, can confirm this is a big announcement. It's an important announcement, and it's in line with what we on the channel also support. So you definitely should check that out. Do not miss Emily's announcement coming tomorrow. With that said, so yes, again, YouTube, !ArvTube. Discord, !ArvCord. Please join us on our Discord. We have a good one. A lot of fun people hanging out there and chatting with each other about all sorts of things, so come join us over there. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Please follow me so you can see when I go live and talk about other stuff. And of course, the website for this is arvaneleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop. That's about to be... Oh, that is something different? Oh, okay. I think I may know the other thing you mentioned. That's still really, really important too. That's also super important. Oh, it's the story you sold. Okay. But also important is that other... Okay, sorry, I didn't realize, Emily. Still, that's important too. Sorry. But that is also important. And you should be also checking that out for that reason too, because selling a story is very important. So that's awesome. Where was I? Yes. So, the shop again, shop, !ArvShop, major overhaul on the shop. We hope to be done with it in a month or two, but we are working on that now. !ArvTreon, the Patreon, sitting at 20 patrons, $203 per month, allows us to do stuff like the awesome intro video, which you're about to see again, our new video for season 3, which will be further adjusted, when we get the opportunity to, add it with new character art and the like. So there's that, !ArvTreon for that. And of course, subbing to the channel, and a number of you today gifted subs, resubbed yourself. So thank you for the gift subs today. Shadow did some, Dragon did some. I saw some other folks subbed and resubbed. So thank you all so much for that. I really do appreciate it. It really helps. And I hope you enjoy the emotes that you can use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, and the inspirations when they get when you support at tier 2 or higher. So we've got that going on. We also have, of course, the publishing stuff. !Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library, my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade, which is my novel that came out last year from Athos Arts. Greyshade, which will be available to you at that link immediately. Or you can get Renegade, the sequel. That will be out later this year, I should say. And then Heretic will be out next year. That will conclude the trilogy. Also, the tabletop role-playing game designed by Brandon O'Brien, you'll be able to get later this year. And the audiobook done by Trent Sparks. You can do this later this year. You're beginning to see a connection here with all this stuff, these people, these friends of mine that I play with and stuff like that. So you can get that at that link as well. Very much worth your while. I'm very proud of those books. I think they're good work, and I think you will like them, and you will like the feel of them if you like some of what you've seen in this campaign, as an example. And as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives always. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help, and reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war. That war is continuing. There are still attacks, unprovoked attacks on civilians happening in the Ukraine, to the Ukrainian people in Ukraine. So it's important that people support as much as they can, and send a message that we will support others in this as well by checking out that link. Otherwise, I want to thank my amazing mods tonight: Arudnel, Dragonspear, Drew, Emily, Shadowed Mage, and the Rising Tides, who are all awesome. Thank you, thank you. Thank you as well to my Patreon supporters and subscribers: Arudnel, Dragonspear, Drew, Emily, Shadow, the Rising Tides, Wispy Song, Falcon Wolf, Jagtris, Live Suing, Marie Bilodeau, Mrs. Dunsel, Radio Johnny Panda, and Trendane. And thank you, of course, to my viewers: to Zero One Ella, thank you to Ash Lady, thank you to Black Fury, to Combustible Dan, thank you to Divinorium, Galadriel Bot is totally not a bot, thank you to I'm Sorry Just Testing, who may or may not be a bot, thank you to Nonstop, thank you to Cellucar and Zalvi, and especially tonight, thank you to my wonderful players. Thank you to Tren, thank you to Marie, thank you to Jen, thank you to John, and for the first time in this campaign, thank you to Brandon, the Infinity and Beyond crew, who are really amazing and awesome. Now, stick around for the raid. We will do so right after the video, and much love, everyone. I will see you folks on Tuesday. Until then, be good to each other. Bye for now.
Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the shield. a star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. These 4 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. There they found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain, tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue, and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl, and despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other, and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation.